Propaganda underscore the formation of men's attitude. Jacques Ellul. Propaganda. The formation of men's attitudes, 1962. English translation, 1965, with an introduction by Conrad Kellen. Jacques Ellul's study of propaganda as a sociological phenomenon inseparable from the technological society. The summary follows the argument. The characteristics of propaganda, external and internal, and its categories, political/sociological, agitation/integration, vertical/horizontal, rational/irrational. The conditions for its existence, individualist and mass society, opinion, the media, the necessity for propaganda, the state's dilemma and the individual's need, its psychological effects, crystallization, alienation, dissociation, the need for propaganda, its socio-political effects on ideology, public opinion, groups, democracy, and the two appendices, the effectiveness of propaganda and Mao Zedong's propaganda. Abstract. Propaganda. The formation of men's attitudes, 1962. English translation, 1965, with an introduction by Conrad Kellen, is Jacques Ellul's study of propaganda as a sociological phenomenon, the Siamese twin of the technological society, rather than as something made by certain people for certain purposes. The book first delineates the characteristics of propaganda, its scientific basis in psychology and sociology, its address to the individual and the masses simultaneously, its totality, all media orchestrated, the organized myth, the quasi-unanimity, its continuity and duration, its organization, the apparat tied to realities, and its aim of orthopraxy, action, rather than orthodoxy, belief. It then distinguishes political from sociological propaganda, agitation from integration propaganda, vertical from horizontal, rational from irrational. The conditions for its existence are examined: the individualist mass society, public opinion, the mass media, the average standard of living, and average culture, information, and ideologies. The necessity of propaganda is established from both sides. The dilemma of the modern state, which can neither govern without the masses nor follow public opinion, and the individual's need, born of emptiness, loneliness, passivity, anxiety, and the need for justification. The psychological effects are traced: crystallization, alienation, dissociation, the creation of the need for propaganda, and the socio-political effects on ideology, the structure of public opinion, groups, parties, labor, the churches, and democracy itself. An appendix measures the effectiveness of propaganda, finding tests and opinion surveys inadequate, and a second appendix analyzes Mao Zedong's propaganda, education, organization, the mold, and brainwashing. Executive summary. Propaganda is usually regarded as an evil, and this in itself makes a study difficult. To study anything properly, one must put aside ethical judgments, and perhaps an objective study will lead us back to them, but only later and with full cognizance of the facts. Modern man worships facts. He accepts facts as the ultimate reality, and he is convinced that what is good. From this stereotyped attitude flows the assumption that anyone who states that propaganda is necessary is therefore in favor of it. I want to emphasize that nothing is further from my mind. In my opinion, necessity never establishes legitimacy. To say that a phenomenon is necessary means, for me, that it denies man. Its necessity is proof of its power, not proof of its excellence. But confronted by a necessity, man must become aware of it, if he is to master it. As long as he avoids facing up to it, he will delude himself by submitting in fact to necessity while pretending that he is free. Only when he realizes his delusion will he experience the beginning of genuine freedom in the act of realization itself. This book is the analysis of the phenomenon in its totality, not an encyclopedia of propaganda, but an attempt to bring contemporary man a step closer to an awareness of the very phenomenon that conditions and regulates him. Central thesis. The central thesis is that propaganda is a sociological phenomenon rooted in the technological society, not the work of a few evil men, but the expression of the needs of the modern state and of the modern individual. Modern propaganda, no longer aims to modify ideas or to change adherence to a doctrine. Its aim is to provoke action, to loosen the reflexes, to obtain an orthopraxy. It has become autonomous with respect to ideology, which it uses as an interchangeable cog. It is the indispensable instrument by which the state, unable to follow public opinion, which is irrational and incompetent, makes opinion follow it, and by which the individual, emptied, lonely, anxious, diminished, needing to be right, obtains his pseudo-satisfactions. The consequences are total. The individual is crystallized, alienated, dissociated, public opinion is hardened and simplified. Groups are partitioned, parties, unions, and churches are transformed, and democracy itself is corroded. For propaganda, whatever its content, destroys democratic behavior, creating a totalitarian man with democratic convictions. The only truly serious attitude is to recognize the extreme effectiveness of the weapon used against us, to become aware of our frailty, instead of soothing ourselves with the illusion of a security that neither man's nature nor the techniques of propaganda permit us to possess. Foundational observations. Propaganda is a technique and not a science. A modern technique based on one or more branches of science. Pavlov for the Stalinists, Freud for the Hitlerians, Dewey for the Americans, and involving precise rules, exact analysis of the terrain, and the attempt to measure results. The individual and the mass. Propaganda addresses both simultaneously. The individual reduced to an average and integrated into the mass, while each member of the crowd is given the impression of being personally addressed. The most favorable moment to seize a man is when he is alone in the mass. Orthopraxy. The aim of modern propaganda is action, not belief, obtained by short-circuiting thought, by conditioned reflexes and myths, through the two phases of pre-propaganda and active propaganda. The propaganda of integration, the propaganda of the developed nations, the most important new fact of our day, making the individual participate in his society in every way, adapting him to the permanent social setting. The dual necessity, the need of the state, which can neither govern without the masses nor obey their opinion, and the need of the individual, born of emptiness, loneliness, passivity, diminution, anxiety, and the need for justification. The two conditions that correspond to and complement each other. The complicity of the propagandee. The propagandee craves propaganda, opens the door to it, and follows its route, because propaganda satisfies him even when he protests against it in abstracto. Crystallization, alienation, dissociation. The psychological effects. Latent drives hardened into rigid certainties. Critical judgment suppressed. Thoughts separated from action. Producing the need for propaganda, which grows by mithridatization and sensibilization. Propaganda and democracy. Propaganda never leaves the individual intact. The democracies, driven to use it, create in and by it their own enemy, an aristocracy of technicians that may destroy them. For the instrument itself, whatever the doctrine promulgated, acts in only one direction, toward the destruction of truth and freedom. Significance and recommendation. The significance of the book lies in its having displaced the study of propaganda from the propagandist to the propagandee, and from the isolated phenomenon to the totality of the technological society. Propaganda is to be understood not as the sinister invention of evil men, but as the innermost and most elusive manifestation of a society that embraces the entire man. Its method, observation and logic, not statistics and quantification, which Ellul heartily disdains, yields a fully integrated structure of thought, comparable to Schopenhauer's The World as Will and Idea, which must be read twice, for no page can be fully understood without knowledge of the whole. Its recommendation is a warning, not a prophecy. There is a dual necessity at work, and only the awareness of the necessity offers the beginning of freedom. The three possibilities Ellul holds out are not solutions. They are the conditions under which the forecast would be invalidated. The emergence of new phenomena, an increasing number of people becoming fully aware of the threat and determining to assert their freedom and the freedom of God. To say that a phenomenon is necessary is not to approve it. It is to measure its denial of man. 1. The characteristics of propaganda. The scientific character of propaganda. True modern propaganda can only function within the context of the modern scientific system. Many observers look upon propaganda as a collection of more or less serious gimmicks, and psychologists and sociologists very often reject the scientific character of these practices. We completely agree that propaganda is a technique rather than a science, but it is a modern technique based on one or more branches of science. And the time is past when propaganda was a matter of individual inspiration or unsophisticated tricks. Modern propaganda is based on scientific analyses of psychology and sociology. Step by step, the propagandist builds his techniques on his knowledge of man, his tendencies, his desires, his needs, his psychic mechanisms, his conditioning, and as much on social psychology as on depth psychology. Without the scientific research of modern psychology and sociology, there would be no propaganda, or rather we still would be in the primitive stages of propaganda that existed in the time of Pericles or Augustus. Psychologists may be scandalized and say that this is a misuse of their science, but this argument carries no weight. The same applies to our physicists and the atomic bomb. Propaganda is scientific also in that it tends to establish a set of rules, rigorous, precise, and tested, that impose themselves on every propagandist, who is less and less free to follow his own impulses. What is needed nowadays is an exact analysis of both environment and the individual to be subjected to propaganda. No longer does the man of talent determine the method, the approach, or the subject, all that is now being calculated. Finally, one last trait reveals the scientific character of modern propaganda. The increasing attempt to control its use, measure its results, define its effects. The propagandist is no longer content to have obtained a result. He seeks precise evidence. Admittedly, psychologists ridicule the claim to a scientific basis. Stalinist propaganda was founded on Pavlov's theory of the conditioned reflex, Hitlerian propaganda on Freud's theory of repression and libido, American propaganda on Dewey's theory of teaching. If a psychologist does not accept the findings of Pavlov, Freud, or Dewey, he concludes that the propaganda based on them is pseudoscientific. But this does not mean that propaganda does not rest on a scientific base. Rather, that scientists are not agreed among themselves. And if this theory, put to use by the propagandist, brings results and proves to be effective, it thereby receives additional confirmation. The individual and the masses. Any modern propaganda will, first of all, address itself at one and the same time to the individual and to the masses. It cannot separate the two elements. For propaganda to address itself to the individual in his isolation, apart from the crowd, is impossible. The individual is of no interest to the propagandist, for as an isolated unit, he presents too much resistance to external action. Propaganda ceases where simple dialogue begins, and that is why experiments undertaken in the United States to gauge the effectiveness of propaganda methods on isolated individuals are not conclusive. They do not reproduce the real propaganda situation. Conversely, propaganda does not aim simply at the mass, the crowd. A propaganda that functioned only where individuals are gathered together would be incomplete and insufficient. Modern propaganda reaches individuals enclosed in the mass as participants in that mass, yet it also aims at a crowd, but only as a body composed of individuals. What this means is that the individual never is considered as an individual, but always in terms of what he has in common with others, his motivations, his feelings, his myths. He is reduced to an average, and action based on averages will be effectual. Moreover, the individual is considered part of the mass and included in it, because in that way his psychic defenses are weakened and his reactions are easier to provoke. Emotionalism, impulsiveness, excess, all the characteristics of the individual caught up in a mass, are well known and very helpful to propaganda. Therefore, the individual must never be considered as being alone. The listener to a radio broadcast, though actually alone, is nevertheless part of a large group, and radio listeners have been found to exhibit a mass mentality. All are tied together and constitute a sort of society in which all individuals are accomplices and influence each other without knowing it. The same holds true for door-to-door visits. Although one deals apparently with a single individual, one deals in reality with a unit submerged into an invisible crowd composed of all those who have been interviewed, are being interviewed, and will be interviewed. Conversely, when propaganda is addressed to a crowd, it must touch each individual in that crowd. To be effective, it must give the impression of being personal. The masked man is clearly subhuman, but pretends to be Superman. He is more suggestible, but insists he is more forceful. If one openly treats the mass as a mass, the individuals who form it will feel themselves belittled and will refuse to participate. Each one must have the impression that he is being looked at, that he is being addressed personally. The operation is greatly facilitated by the existence of the modern mass media of communication, which have precisely this remarkable effect of reaching the whole crowd all at once, and yet reaching each one in that crowd. Readers of the evening paper, radio listeners, movie or TV viewers certainly constitute a mass that has an organic existence. Yet each one is alone, and therefore feels himself individually concerned as a person. The most favorable moment to seize a man and influence him is when he is alone in the mass. The structure of present-day society places the individual where he is most easily reached by propaganda, the media of mass communication, which are part of the technical evolution of this society, deepen this situation while making it possible to reach the individual man integrated in the mass. Total propaganda. Propaganda must be total. The propagandist must utilize all of the technical means at his disposal. The press, radio, TV, movies, posters, meetings, door-to-door canvassing. There is no propaganda as long as one makes use in sporadic fashion and at random of a newspaper article here, a poster or a radio program there. Each usable medium has its own particular way of penetration, specific but at the same time localized and limited, and by itself it cannot attack the individual, break down his resistance, make his decisions for him. A word spoken on the radio is not the same, does not produce the same effect, does not have the same impact as the identical word spoken in private conversation or in a public speech before a large crowd. To draw the individual into the net of propaganda, each technique must be utilized in its own specific way and fused with all the other media. Thus one leaves no part of the intellectual or emotional life alone. The propagandist uses a keyboard and composes a symphony. It is a matter of reaching and encircling the whole man and all men. Propaganda tries to surround man by all possible routes, in the realm of feelings as well as ideas, through his conscious and his unconscious, assailing him in both his private and his public life. It furnishes him with a complete system for explaining the world and provides immediate incentives to action. We are in the presence of an organized myth that tries to take hold of the entire person. The myth becomes so powerful that it invades every area of consciousness, leaving no faculty or motivation intact. It stimulates a feeling of exclusiveness and produces a biased attitude, and once accepted, it controls the whole of the individual, who becomes immune to any other influence. This explains the totalitarian attitude that the individual adopts wherever a myth has been successfully created. Moreover, propaganda speaks to all men. It cannot be satisfied with partial successes, for it does not tolerate discussion. By its very nature, it excludes contradiction. It must produce quasi-unanimity. Extreme propaganda must win over the adversary and at least use him by integrating him into its own frame of reference. Hence the importance of having an Englishman speak on the Nazi radio or a General Paulus on the Soviet radio, and hence that ultimate achievement of Soviet propaganda, the self-criticism of its opponents, the enemy, while still remaining the enemy, is converted into a supporter of the regime. The total, all-devouring propaganda mechanism cannot leave any segment of opinion outside its sphere. Everything must be brought back into this unique sphere of action. The propagandist must combine the elements of propaganda as in a real orchestration. Along with the mass media, propaganda employs censorship, legal texts, proposed legislation, international conferences. Everything can serve as a means of propaganda, and everything must be utilized. Education and training are inevitably taken over. A trial can be an admirable springboard of propaganda. The judicial apparatus is utilized, verdicts are educational, and we know the importance of confessions in the great show trials. The Reichstag fire, the Moscow trials of 1936, the Nuremberg trials. Propaganda will take over literature and history, which must be rewritten according to its needs. The article in Pravda in May 1957, in which the Chinese writer Mao Dun gave a new explanation of the ancient poetic terms. The flowers perfume the air, meaning that the flowers of socialist realism are incomparably beautiful. The moon shines, meaning that the Sputnik has opened a new era. Man has a long life, meaning that the great Soviet Union will live tens and tens of thousands of years. Exemplifies this complete change of perspective of the Weltanschauung, the primary totalitarian element of propaganda. Let us remember the innocent example of democratic, liberal, Republican propaganda, which without hesitation took over many things in the 19th century. Continuity and duration of propaganda. Propaganda must be continuous and lasting. Continuous in that it must not leave any gaps, but must fill the citizen's whole day and all his days. Lasting in that it must function over a very long period of time. Propaganda tends to make the individual live in a separate world. He must not have outside points of reference. He must not be allowed a moment of meditation or reflection in which to see himself vis-a-vis the propagandist. The individual must not be allowed to recover, to collect himself, to remain untouched by propaganda during any relatively long period, for propaganda is not the touch of the magic wand. It is based on slow, constant impregnation, creating convictions and compliance through imperceptible influences that are effective only by continuous repetition. It must create a complete environment for the individual, and to prevent him from finding external points of reference, it protects him by censoring everything that might come in from the outside. A relay system is established. Propaganda is a continuous action, without failure or interruption, and continuous propaganda exceeds the individual's capacities for attention or adaptation, and thus his capabilities of resistance. This trait of continuity explains why propaganda can indulge in sudden twists and turns. It is always surprising that the content of propaganda can be so inconsistent that it can approve today what it condemned yesterday. Actually, this changeability is an indication of the grip it exerts. The individual notices the change and is surprised. He may even be tempted to resist, but such breaks are too painful. He prefers to retain his habits, and the steady progression of propaganda prevails over his sporadic attention. That is why one cannot really speak of propaganda in connection with an election campaign that lasts only 2 weeks. None of the great techniques of propaganda can be effective in 2 weeks. The experiments in which propaganda methods are tested on groups of guinea pigs are vitiated by the fact that they are of short duration. The individual can clearly discern any propaganda that suddenly appears in a social environment normally not subject to this type of influence. Whereas what is needed is continuous agitation produced artificially even when nothing in the events of the day justifies it. Propaganda must slowly create a climate first, and then prevent the individual from noticing a particular operation in contrast to ordinary daily events. The organization of propaganda. To give it these characteristics of continuity, duration, and combination of different media, propaganda must be organized in several ways. There must be an administrative organization. Every modern state is expected to have a ministry of propaganda, and one needs technicians of influence, sociologists, and psychologists. But what we mean is that propaganda is always institutionalized to the extent of the existence of an apparat in the German sense of the term, a machine tied to realities. A great error which interferes with propaganda analysis is to believe that propaganda is solely a psychological affair, a manipulation of symbols, an abstract influence on opinions. A large number of American studies are not valid for that reason. For all great modern practitioners of propaganda have rigorously tied together psychological and physical action as inseparable elements. No propaganda is possible unless psychological influence rests on reality, and the recruiting of individuals into cadres or movements goes hand in hand with psychological manipulation. As long as no physical influence is exerted by an organization on the individual, there is no propaganda. The physical organization can be of various types. A party organization in which those won over are absorbed and made to participate in action, using force and fear, or the integration of an entire population into cells by agents in each block of residences, or an effective transformation in the economic, political, or social domain. Propaganda cannot operate in a vacuum. It must be rooted in action, in a reality that is part of it. And because propaganda enterprises are limited by the necessity for physical organization and action, effective propaganda can work only inside a group, principally inside a nation. Propaganda outside the group, toward other nations or toward an enemy, is necessarily weak, for the absence of physical organization and of encirclement of the individual is decisive. One cannot reach another nation except by way of symbols through press or radio, and even then only in sporadic fashion. The enemy will not be demoralized by such abstract propaganda unless he is at the same time beaten by armies and pounded by bombers. This points up a major difference between communist and Western countries. Western countries conduct their propaganda against Soviet nations solely by psychological means, whereas the Soviet Union makes very little propaganda itself. It confines its propaganda to organizations in the form of national communist parties inside the national boundaries of the people to be propagandized, whose propaganda is effective precisely because it is attached to a concrete organization capable of encirclement and continuity. The tremendous counterpropagandistic effect that ensued when the United States, after all the promises by the Voice of America, failed to come to the aid of Hungary during the 1956 rebellion, shows that all propaganda that makes false promises turns against the propagandist. We must not conclude from the decisive importance of organization that psychological action is futile. It persuades the individual to enter the framework of an organization, furnishes him with reasons and justifications for action, and obtains his total allegiance. But it can attempt anything only when combined with organization. Finally, the presence of organization creates one more phenomenon. The propagandist is always separated from the propagandee. He remains a stranger to him, a manipulator in the shadow of the machine, whose words are no longer human words, but technically calculated words. He must, of course, believe in the cause he serves, but not in his particular argument. If the propagandist were left to himself, he would end up by being taken in by his own trick and would lose all effectiveness. What protects him is precisely the organization, which rigidly maintains a line. The human relations technique of propaganda is thus a simulated human contact. In the very act of pretending to speak as man to man, the propagandist is reaching the summit of his mendacity and falsifications, even when he is not conscious of it. Orthopraxy. We now come to an absolutely decisive fact. Propaganda is very frequently described as a manipulation for the purpose of changing ideas or opinions, of making individuals believe some idea or fact, and finally adhere to some doctrine, all matters of mind. This line of reasoning is completely wrong. To view propaganda as still being what it was in 1850 is to cling to an obsolete concept of man. The aim of modern propaganda is no longer to modify ideas, but to provoke action. It is no longer to change adherence to a doctrine, but to make the individual cling irrationally to a process of action. It is no longer to lead to a choice, but to loosen the reflexes. Modern propaganda seeks to obtain an orthopraxy, an action that in itself, and not because of the value judgments of the person who is acting, leads directly to a goal, which for the individual is not a conscious and intentional objective, but which is considered such by the propagandist. The propagandist knows what objective should be sought and maneuvers the instrument that will secure precisely this action. This is a particular example of a more general problem, the separation of thought and action in our society. He who thinks can no longer act for himself. He who acts cannot first think out his action. Propaganda creates the same division. It does not cancel out personality. It leaves man complete freedom of thought except in his political or social action, where he is channeled into actions that do not necessarily conform to his private beliefs. Modern psychologists are well aware that there is not necessarily any continuity between conviction and action. Into these gaps in continuity, propaganda inserts its lever. It does not seek to create wise or reasonable men, but proselytes and militants. And the proselyte incited to action cannot be left alone. Propaganda has meaning only when it obtains the convergence, the coexistence of a multiplicity of individual action reflexes whose coordination can be achieved only through the intermediary of an organization. Through organization, the proselyte becomes a militant, and he is actually transformed into a religious man in the psychosociological sense of the term. Not only does such integration seem to be the principal aim of all propaganda today, it is also what makes the effect of propaganda endure, for action makes propaganda's effect irreversible. He who acts in obedience to propaganda can never go back. He is now obliged to believe in that propaganda because of his past action. He is what one calls committed. His action is integrated into a group of conforming actions, and propaganda masters him completely. For any propaganda that does not lead to this kind of participation is mere child's play. We must divide propaganda into two phases, pre-propaganda and active propaganda. The essential objective of pre-propaganda is to prepare man for a particular action, to get him into condition for the time when he will participate without delay or hesitation. It proceeds by psychological manipulations, by character modifications, by the creation of feelings or stereotypes useful when the time comes, and its two great routes are the conditioned reflex and the myth. Propaganda tries first to create conditioned reflexes in the individual by training him so that certain words, signs, or symbols provoke unfailing reactions. A real psychic reformation must be undertaken, so that after months of patient work a crowd will react automatically in the hoped-for direction to some image. On the other hand, the propagandist tries to create myths by which man will live, which respond to his sense of the sacred. By myth, we mean an all-encompassing, activating image, a vision of desirable objectives that have lost their material, practical character and have become strongly colored, overwhelming, all-encompassing. The great myths created by various propagandas. The myth of race, of the proletariat, of the Führer, of communist society, of productivity. Eventually, the myth takes possession of a man's mind so completely that his life is consecrated to it. Only when conditioned reflexes have been created in a man, and he lives in a collective myth, can he be readily mobilized. The United States prefers to utilize the myth. The Soviet Union has for a long time preferred the reflex. Once the individual is ready, he can be mobilized in very different directions. And that is why pre-propaganda must be constant, whereas active propaganda can be sporadic. The knowledge of the psychological terrain. The power of propaganda to incite action has often been challenged by the alleged fact that propaganda cannot really modify or create anything in man. Psychological manipulations do not appreciably change an individual's firmly established opinion. Prejudices and stereotypes are hardly ever changed. A reflex or myth cannot be created out of nothing. From this large body of experience, we can conclude that the propagandist cannot go contrary to what is in an individual. But the psychologists who make these observations draw a very hasty conclusion from them, that propaganda has very little effect. The observations themselves give us very good indications as to what is effective propaganda. The propagandist must first of all know as precisely as possible the terrain on which he is operating, the sentiments and opinions, the current tendencies, and the stereotypes among the public he is trying to reach. One cannot make just any propaganda any place for anybody. The second conclusion is embodied in the following rule. Never make a direct attack on an established, reasoned, durable opinion or an accepted cliché, a fixed pattern. The propagandist who tries to change mass opinion on a precise and well-established point is a bad propagandist. But he need only understand two subtle aspects of this problem. First, there is not necessarily any continuity between opinion and action. A man can perfectly well hold on to his property, his business, in his factory and still vote communist. The skillful propagandist will seek to obtain action without demanding consistency, by taking his stance deliberately on inconsistencies. Second, the propagandist can alter opinions by diverting them from their accepted course, by placing them in an ambiguous context. Starting from apparently fixed and immovable positions, we can lead a man where he does not want to go, without his being aware of it. The third important conclusion is that propaganda cannot create something out of nothing. It must attach itself to a feeling, an idea. It must build on a foundation already present in the individual. The conditioned reflex can be established only on an innate reflex or a prior conditioned reflex. The myth must respond to a group of spontaneous beliefs. Action cannot be obtained unless it responds to established tendencies or attitudes. Propaganda is confined to utilizing existing material. It does not create it. This material falls into 4 categories. The psychological mechanisms that permit the propagandist to know that the individual will respond in a certain way to a certain stimulus. Opinions, conventional patterns, and stereotypes that exist concretely in a particular milieu. Ideologies that are more or less consciously shared. And above all, the needs of those whom he wishes to reach. All propaganda must respond to a need, whether concrete or psychological. But the propagandist need to base himself on what already exists does not prevent him from going further. What exists is only the raw material from which the propagandist can create something strictly new. Unhappy workers threatened by unemployment might have a certain spontaneous reaction of revolt, but that will not develop into anything else. With propaganda, this same situation might be used to create a class consciousness and a lasting organized revolutionary trend. In this way, propaganda can be creative, and it is in complete control of its creations. Finally, it is obvious that propaganda must not concern itself with what is best in man, the highest goals humanity sets for itself. Propaganda does not aim to elevate man, but to make him serve. It must utilize the most common feelings, the most widespread ideas, the crudest patterns. Hate, hunger, and pride make better levers of propaganda than do love or impartiality. Fundamental currents in society. Propaganda must not only attach itself to what already exists in the individual, but also express the fundamental currents of the society it seeks to influence. The collective sociological presuppositions, spontaneous myths, and broad ideologies on which the whole society rests, shared by all individuals, including men of opposite political inclinations. A propaganda pitting itself against this fundamental and accepted structure would have no chance of success. Rather, all effective propaganda is based on these fundamental currents and expresses them. This reflection is found in 2 essential forms: the collective sociological presuppositions and the social myths. By presuppositions, we mean a collection of feelings, beliefs, and images by which one unconsciously judges events without questioning them, shared by all who belong to the same society, whatever their differences of opinion. There are 4 great collective sociological presuppositions in the modern world: that man's aim in life is happiness, that man is naturally good, that history develops in endless progress, and that everything is matter. The other great psychological reflection of social reality is the myth, which expresses the deep inclinations of a society. Without it, the masses would not cling to a certain civilization. In our society, the 2 great fundamental myths on which all others rest are science and history, and based on them are the collective myths of work, of happiness, of the nation, of youth, of the hero. Propaganda is forced to build on these presuppositions and to express these myths, for without them nobody would listen to it. It can only reinforce society, never oppose it. A propaganda that stresses virtue over happiness or questions progress would have no audience at all. Moreover, propaganda must also follow the general direction of evolution, which includes the belief in progress. The progress of technology is continuous, and propaganda must voice this reality. No propaganda can succeed if it defends outdated production methods or obsolete institutions. It must evoke the future, the tomorrows that beckon, precisely because such visions impel the individual to act. Propaganda turns a normal feeling of patriotism into a raging nationalism. It hardens the myths and presuppositions, sharpens them, invests them with the power of shock and action, and it is virtually impossible to reverse this trend. Propaganda must be associated with all economic, administrative, political, and educational development, and it must also reflect local and national idiosyncrasies. In France, the political left is respectable, and all propaganda in France must contain the principal elements of the ideology of the left in order to be accepted. The Negro problem in the American South is typical of the conflict between a local milieu and a national society. The local Southern milieu is hostile to Negroes, whereas American society as a whole is hostile to racism. And it is almost certain that racism will be overcome, for propaganda can go only in the direction of world opinion. And anti-racist propaganda is helped along by the myth of progress. To sum up, propaganda must express the fundamental currents of society. Timeliness. Propaganda in its explicit form must relate solely to what is timely. Man can be captured and mobilized only if there is consonance between his own deep social beliefs and those underlying the propaganda, and he will be aroused and moved to action only if the propaganda pushes him toward a timely action. Between news that can be utilized by propaganda and fundamental currents of society, there is the same relationship as between waves and the sea. The waves exist only because the underlying mass supports them. The timely event that man considers worth retaining is always an event related to the expression of the myths and presuppositions of a given time and place. The public is sensitive only to contemporary events, for they alone concern and challenge it. Neither past events nor great metaphysical problems challenge the ordinary man. Vichy propaganda failed when it tried to evoke the images of Napoleon and Joan of Arc. A survey made in May 1959 showed that among French boys of 14 and 15, 70% had no idea who Hitler and Mussolini were. Facts so basic pass quickly into the realm of history, and consequently into neutrality and indifference. The individual is at the mercy of events. Hardly has an event taken place before it is outdated. One event pushes the preceding one into oblivion, and man's capacity to forget is unlimited. This is one of the most important and useful points for the propagandist, who can always be sure that a particular theme, statement, or event will be forgotten within a few weeks. Moreover, there is a spontaneous defensive reaction in the individual against an excess of information and against inconsistencies. The best defense is to forget the preceding event. In so doing, man denies his own continuity and condemns himself to a life of successive moments, discontinuous and fragmented. This situation makes the current events man a ready target for propaganda. Lacking landmarks, he follows all currents, and no confrontation ever occurs between the event and the truth. One must make an important qualification here. The news event may be a real fact, existing objectively, or may be only an item of information, the dissemination of a supposed fact. What makes it news is its dissemination, not its objective reality. The problem of Berlin is constant, and for that reason it does not interest the public. But when Khrushchev decrees that the problem is dramatic and must be solved immediately, the question becomes news, only to disappear as soon as he stops waving the threat. The terms and subjects that propaganda utilizes must have in themselves the power to break the barrier of the individual's indifference. Timeliness furnishes the operational words with their explosive and effective power. The word Bolshevik in 1925, the word fascist in 1936, the word collaborator in 1944, the word peace in 1948, the word integration in 1958 were all strong operational terms, which lost their shock value when their immediacy passed. To the extent that propaganda is based on current news, it cannot permit time for thought or reflection. A man caught up in the news must remain on the surface of the event, and modern man does not think about current problems. He feels them. Propaganda and the undecided. A brief examination of the question of the undecided. Those people whose opinions are vague, who form the great mass of citizens, and who constitute the most fertile public for the propagandist, clarifies all the foregoing. The undecided are not the indifferent. those who say they are apolitical and who constitute no more than 10% of the population. The undecided are participants in the life of the group, but do not know what decision to make on problems that seem urgent to them. The role of propaganda is to bring them under the control of public opinion, transforming their potential into real effect. But that is possible only if the undecided man is concerned about the group he lives in. Propaganda can play only on individuals more or less intensely involved in social currents. The isolated mountaineer or forester, having only occasional contact with society, is hardly sensitive to propaganda. Conversely, propaganda acts on the person embroiled in the conflicts of his time, who shares the foci of interest of his society. If I read a good newspaper advertisement for a particular automobile, I will not have the slightest interest in it if I am indifferent to automobiles. A prior general interest must exist for propaganda to be effective. Propaganda is effective not when based on an individual prejudice, but when based on a collective center of interest shared by the crowds. That is why religious propaganda is not very successful. Society as a whole is no longer interested in religious problems. At Byzantium, where crowds fought in the streets over theological questions, religious propaganda made sense. But at present, religion is part of private opinion, and no real public opinion exists on the subject. The foci of interest are truly produced by the whole of society, and they are becoming more alike in all parts of the world. A focus of political interest is developing among the Asian peoples, the Muslims, and the Africans. We now take up another basic trait of the social psychology of propaganda. The more intense the life of a group to which an individual belongs, the more active and effective propaganda is. An intense collective life can develop even while a society is disintegrating, as in the Roman Empire about the 4th century, in Germany at the time of the Weimar Republic, or in France today. And what counts for propaganda is the intensity of that life, whatever its sources. The individual who is part of an intense collective life is prone to submit to the influence of propaganda. Thus, we can present 3 principles. The propagandist must place his propaganda inside the limits of the foci of interest. He must understand that his propaganda has the greatest chance of success where the collective life of the individuals he seeks to influence is most intense. And he must remember that collective life is most intense where it revolves around a focus of interest. Propaganda and truth. We have not yet considered a problem familiar but too often ignored. The relationship between propaganda and truth, or, rather, between propaganda and the accuracy of facts. We shall speak henceforth of accuracy or reality, and not of truth, which is an inappropriate term here. The most generally held concept of propaganda is that it is a series of tall stories, a tissue of lies, and that lies are necessary for effective propaganda. Hitler himself confirmed this point of view when he said that the bigger the lie, the more its chance of being believed. This concept leads to 2 attitudes. Of course, we shall not be victims of propaganda because we are capable of distinguishing truth from falsehood. Anyone holding that conviction is extremely susceptible because when propaganda does tell the truth, he is convinced that it is no longer propaganda, and we believe nothing that the enemy says because everything he says is necessarily untrue. But if the enemy can demonstrate that he has told the truth, a sudden turn in his favor will result, as the communist success in 1945 to 48 demonstrated. For a long time, propagandists have recognized that lying must be avoided. In propaganda, truth pays off. This formula, increasingly accepted, was proclaimed by Lenin, and alongside Hitler's statement on lying, one must place Goebbels' insistence that facts to be disseminated must be accurate. How can we explain this contradiction? In propaganda, we must make a radical distinction between a fact on the one hand and intentions or interpretations on the other. In brief, between the material and the moral elements. The truth that pays off is in the realm of facts. The necessary falsehoods, which also pay off, are in the realm of intentions and interpretations. This is a fundamental rule for propaganda analysis. With regard to local facts, which can be checked, propaganda must respect them, otherwise it would destroy itself. With regard to larger or more remote facts, accuracy is now generally respected. One may concede that statistics given out by the Soviets or the Americans are accurate, A campaign such as the one on bacteriological warfare, because of its extreme improbability, had a rather negative effect among the undecided, though it produced credence in North Africa and India. 3 qualifications must be made. Propaganda can effectively rest on a claim that some fact is untrue, which may actually be true, but is difficult to prove. Khrushchev denouncing Malenkov statistics as false, thus giving a ring of truth to his own pronouncements. The presentation of facts can be such that the listener cannot really understand them or draw conclusions from them. A figure may be given without reference to anything, without a correlation or a percentage or a ratio, and silence itself is a way to pervert known facts by modifying their context, as in the propaganda against Mendes France, which stated plain facts about Indochina and Tunisia while remaining completely silent on past policies that had led to those events. Truth becomes the principal form of falsehood, as Sabi says. Finally, there is the use of accurate facts by propaganda. Based on them, the mechanism of suggestion can work best. The technique Americans call innuendo. Facts are treated in such a fashion that they draw the listener into an irresistible sociological current. Intentions and interpretations are the real realm of the lie, but it is exactly here that it cannot be detected. No proof can be furnished where motivations or intentions are concerned. The propagandist will not accuse the enemy of just any misdeed. He will accuse him of the very intention that he himself has, and of trying to commit the very crime that he himself is about to commit. The accusation aimed at the other's intention clearly reveals the intention of the accuser, but the public cannot see this because the revelation is interwoven with facts. Propaganda is necessarily a declaration of one's intentions, a declaration of purity that will never be realized, of peace, truth, and social justice. And it is necessarily false when it speaks of values, of truth, of good, of justice, of happiness, and when it interprets and colors facts. Propaganda feeds, develops, and spreads a system of false claims. The lie reveals itself to the liar. One cannot make propaganda in pretended good faith. Having analyzed these traits, we can now advance a partial definition of propaganda. Propaganda is a set of methods employed by an organized group that wants to bring about the active or passive participation in its actions of a mass of individuals, psychologically unified through psychological manipulations and incorporated in an organization. Political propaganda and sociological propaganda. Despite a general belief, propaganda is not a simple phenomenon, and one cannot lump together all of its forms. We must first distinguish between political propaganda and sociological propaganda. Political propaganda involves the techniques of influence employed by a government, a party, an administration, or a pressure group, with a view to changing the behavior of the public. The choice of methods is deliberate and calculated, the desired goals clearly distinguished and quite precise. This is the type called immediately to mind by the word itself. But this does not cover all propaganda, which also encompasses phenomena much more vast and less certain. The group of manifestations by which any society seeks to integrate the maximum number of individuals into itself, to unify its members' behavior according to a pattern, to spread its style of life abroad, and thus to impose itself on other groups. We call this phenomenon sociological propaganda, to show that the entire group, consciously or not, expresses itself in this fashion, and that its influence aims much more at an entire style of life than at opinions or even one particular course of behavior. The propaganda of Christianity in the Middle Ages is an example. Benjamin Constant meant just this when he said of France in 1793. The entire nation was a vast propaganda operation, and in present times the most accomplished models are American and Chinese propaganda. Sociological propaganda is the penetration of an ideology by means of its sociological context. The movement is reversed from traditional propaganda. The existing economic, political, and sociological factors progressively allow an ideology to penetrate individuals or masses. It is essentially diffuse, rarely conveyed by catchwords. It gets to man through his customs, through his most unconscious habits, creating new habits in him. A sort of persuasion from within, so that man adopts new criteria of judgment as if he had chosen them himself. Sociological propaganda springs up spontaneously. It is not the result of deliberate propaganda action. When an American producer makes a film, the propaganda element is in the American way of life with which he is permeated and which he expresses without realizing it. Sociological propaganda expresses itself in many different ways. In advertising, in the movies, in technology in general, in education, in the Reader's Digest, in social service and casework. These influences are expressed through the same media as propaganda and are really directed by those who make propaganda. Their propaganda, to the extent that their combination produces a certain general conception of society, a particular way of life. Such propaganda becomes increasingly effective when those subjected to it accept its doctrines on what is good or bad. For example, the American way of life. Once the way of life in which man thinks he is so indisputably well off becomes a criterion of value for him, everything that expresses this way of life is good, and everything that tends to disturb it is bad, then genuine propaganda limits itself to the use of this tendency. This sociological propaganda in the United States is a natural result of the fundamental elements of American life. A way of rapid assimilation had to be found for a disparate population, and the solution was psychological standardization. To use a way of life as the basis of unification and as an instrument of propaganda. Moreover, this uniformity determines the extent of the American market. Mass production requires mass consumption, which requires widespread, identical views as to what the necessities of life are. Conformity of life and conformity of thought are indissolubly linked. Sociological propaganda is a precise form of propaganda, comparatively simple because it uses all social currents, but slower than other types because it aims at long-term penetration and progressive adaptation. And nothing is easier than to graft a direct propaganda onto a setting prepared by sociological propaganda, as the NAM's campaign of selling the American economic system, which paved the way for the Taft-Hartley Law, demonstrates. Propaganda of agitation and propaganda of integration. The second great distinction within the mass of propaganda is the distinction between propaganda of agitation and propaganda of integration. Here we find such a summa divisio that we may ask ourselves whether we are not really dealing with two separate entities rather than two aspects of the same general phenomenon. Propaganda of agitation, being the most visible and widespread, generally attracts all the attention. It is most often subversive propaganda, led by a party seeking to destroy the established order. It seeks rebellion or war, and all revolutionary movements and popular wars have been nourished by such propaganda. But though most often in opposition's propaganda, it can also be made by government. When a government wants to galvanize energies to mobilize the nation for war, or when, after having been installed in power, it wants to pursue a revolutionary course of action, as Lenin did against the Kulaks and Hitler against the German people's resistance. In all cases, propaganda of agitation tries to stretch energies to the utmost, obtain substantial sacrifices, and induce the individual to bear heavy ordeals. It takes him out of his everyday life and plunges him into enthusiasm and adventure, unleashing an explosive movement. But a people or a party cannot be kept too long at the highest level of sacrifice. The individual cannot be made to live in a state of perpetual enthusiasm, and after a certain amount of combat, he needs a respite. This subversive propaganda is the flashiest and also the easiest to make. It need only be addressed to the most simple and violent sentiments through the most elementary means. Hate is generally its most profitable resource, for it consists of attributing one's misfortunes and sins to another who must be killed. Whether the object of hatred is the bourgeois, the communist, the Jew, the colonialist, or the saboteur makes no difference. Along with hatred are the promises of bread to the hungry, land to the plundered, liberty to the conquered, appeals to simple, elementary sentiments that act immediately and provoke violent reactions. It is not necessary to have the mass media at one's disposal, for such propaganda feeds on itself. Nor is it necessary to be concerned with probability or veracity. Any tall tale will be believed once it enters into the passionate current of hatred. The less educated and informed the people, the easier it is to make such propaganda. Among colonized peoples, the word independence is one of the most profitable. It is useless to try to explain that national independence is not at all the same as individual liberty. No reason can prevail against the magic of the word. In contrast, the propaganda of integration is the propaganda of developed nations and characteristic of our civilization. In fact, it did not exist before the 20th century. It is a propaganda of conformity, related to the fact that in Western society, it is no longer sufficient to obtain a transitory political act such as a vote. One needs total adherence to a society's truths and behavioral patterns. Each member should be only an organic and functional fragment of the collectivity, perfectly adapted and integrated, sharing the stereotypes, beliefs, and reactions of the group. Propaganda of integration aims at making the individual participate in his society in every way. It is a long-term, self-reproducing propaganda that seeks to obtain stable behavior, to adapt the individual to his everyday life, to reshape his thoughts and behavior in terms of the permanent social setting. It is much more subtle and complex than agitation propaganda, seeking not a temporary excitement, but a total molding of the person in depth, and it is the preferred instrument of government. Since 1930, the propaganda of the Soviet Union has been a propaganda of integration, and the most important example of its use is the United States. The more comfortable, cultivated, and informed the milieu to which it is addressed, the better it works. Intellectuals are more sensitive than peasants to integration propaganda, for they share the stereotypes of society even when they are political opponents of it. The French intellectuals opposed to the war in Algeria shared all the stereotypes and myths of French society, technology, nation, progress, and were thoroughly ripe for integration propaganda. One essential problem remains. When a revolutionary party has taken power, it must begin immediately to operate with integration propaganda. But the transition from one type to the other is extremely delicate. After one has excited the masses, flung them into adventures, fed their hopes and hatreds, it is difficult to make them re-enter the ranks. The Belgian Congo, where after Lumumba's unrestrained agitation the black people ran wild, and it was impossible to get them under control, and the Soviet Union, where only after 1929 did the effects of agitation propaganda finally disappear, are examples of this difficulty. Only a dictatorship can help in some cases. Other regimes, however, have managed to pass from one propaganda to the other. This was the case of North Vietnam and China, owing to the remarkable conception of Mao, whose patient integration of the revolutionary rebel prepared him to be inserted into the new society without resistance. In spite of everything, integration propaganda is by far the most important new fact of our day. Vertical and horizontal propaganda. Classic propaganda, as one usually thinks of it, is vertical propaganda, made by a leader, a technician, a political or religious head who acts from the superior position of his authority and seeks to influence the crowd below. It comes from above, conceived in the secret recesses of political enclaves, using all the technical methods of centralized mass communication. One trait of vertical propaganda is that the propagandee remains alone even though he is part of a crowd. His shouts of enthusiasm or hatred are only a response to the leader. This kind of propaganda requires a passive attitude from those subjected to it. They're seized, manipulated, committed. The propagandee is a passive instrument, mechanized, dominated. Vertical propaganda is by far the most widespread, whether Hitler's or Stalin's, the French government's, or the United States. It is in one sense the easiest to make, but its direct effects are extremely perishable, and it must be sustained constantly. Horizontal propaganda is known in two forms: Chinese political propaganda and the group dynamics of human relations. Both are integration propaganda. It can be called horizontal because it is made inside the group, not from the top, where in principle all individuals are equal and there is no leader. The individual makes contact with others at his own level, and such propaganda always seeks conscious adherence. The leader, the propagandist, is there only as a sort of animator or discussion leader. Often his identity is not even known. The individual's adherence is conscious because he is aware of it, but ultimately involuntary because he is trapped in a dialectic and in a group that leads him unfailingly to this adherence. It is intellectual because he can express his conviction clearly, but not genuine because the information that has led him to adhere was itself deliberately falsified. The most remarkable characteristic of horizontal propaganda is the small group. The individual participates actively in the life of the group in a genuine and lively dialogue. In China, each member is watched carefully to see that he speaks and expresses himself, and each individual helps to form the opinion of the group, while the group helps each individual to discover the correct line, for miraculously, it is always the correct line that is discovered. This is a much more advanced method, much more effective and binding than the mechanical action of vertical propaganda. To put the individual in a position where he apparently has a freedom of choice and still obtain from him what one expects is much more subtle and risky. Vertical propaganda needs the huge apparatus of the mass media. Horizontal propaganda needs a huge organization of people. Each individual must be inserted into a group, if possible into several groups with convergent actions. The groups must be homogeneous, specialized, and small, 15 to 20 being the optimum figure. This form of propaganda needs two conditions. First, a lack of contact between groups. A member of a small group must not belong to other groups in which he would be subjected to other influences, which is why the Chinese communists insisted on breaking up traditional groups such as the family. And second, identity between propaganda and education. The small group is a center of total moral, intellectual, and psychological education, primarily a political group in which everything is related to politics. The education given in the political small groups requires either the disappearance of academic education or its integration into the system. William H. White's The Organization Man clearly shows the way in which the American school is becoming a simple mechanism to adapt youngsters to American society, while the Chinese school is only a system of propaganda charged with catechizing children while teaching them to read. Horizontal propaganda, thus, is very hard to make, but exceptionally efficient through its meticulous encirclement of everybody, and it is ultimately much more stringent and totalitarian than explosive propaganda. Rational and irrational propaganda. The distinction between propaganda and information is often made. Information is addressed to reason and experience. It furnishes facts. Propaganda is addressed to feelings and passions. It is irrational. The reality is not so simple, for there is such a thing as rational propaganda, just as there is rational advertising, a propaganda based exclusively on facts, statistics, economic ideas. Soviet propaganda, since 1950, has been based on the brilliant results of scientific progress and economic development, but it is still propaganda, for it uses these facts to assert the superiority of its system and to demand every sacrifice. The more progress we make, the more propaganda becomes rational and based on serious arguments, on dissemination of knowledge, on factual information, figures, and statistics. Purely impassioned and emotional propaganda is disappearing. But is this enough to show that propaganda is rational? Besides content, there is the receiver of the content, the individual who undergoes the barrage. When an individual has read a technical and factual advertisement of a television set, and if he is not an electrician, what does he remember? All those technical descriptions will form a general picture in his head, rather vague but highly colored. And when he speaks of the engine, he will say, "It's terrific." It is exactly the same with all rational, logical, factual propaganda. After having read an article on wheat in the United States, the reader retains an overall impression, a general conviction that these Americans are amazing. The facts, the data, the reasoning, all are forgotten, and only the impression remains. And this is indeed what the propagandist ultimately seeks, for the individual will never begin to act on the basis of facts or engage in purely rational behavior. What makes him act is the emotional pressure, the vision of a future, the myth. The problem is to create an irrational response on the basis of rational and factual elements. This is true not just for propaganda, but also for information. Excessive data do not enlighten the reader or the listener. they drown him. The more facts applied, the more simplistic the image. If a man is given 100 items of information on all the political and economic aspects of a nation, he will arrive at a summary judgment. The Russians are terrific. A surfeit of data prevents people from making judgments and actually paralyzes them. The mechanisms of modern information induce a sort of hypnosis in the individual. It is not true that he can choose freely with regard to what is presented to him as the truth. And because rational propaganda thus creates an irrational situation, it remains, above all, propaganda, an inner control over the individual by a social force, which means that it deprives him of himself. Propaganda, a set of methods employed by an organized group that wants to bring about the active or passive participation in its actions of a mass of individuals, psychologically unified through psychological manipulations and incorporated in an organization. Pre-propaganda, the continuous, slow, imperceptible preparation of the individual through conditioned reflexes and myths, so that he is mobile and mobilizable when the moment for action comes. Orthopraxy, the aim of modern propaganda, an action that leads directly to a goal known to the propagandist, obtained by short-circuiting thought rather than the adherence of the mind to an orthodoxy. Sociological propaganda, the penetration of an ideology by means of its sociological context, the diffuse, spontaneous expression of a way of life that integrates the individual without appearing to be propaganda. Propaganda of agitation and propaganda of integration. The two great classes, the one explosive, subversive, addressed to the simplest sentiments and seeking rebellion. The other permanent, conformist, seeking the total adaptation of the individual to the society. Vertical and horizontal propaganda. The propaganda of the leader over the passive crowd, and the propaganda of the small group, the cell, the discussion group, in which adherence appears voluntary. The undecided, the great mass, about 93%, of those whose opinions are vague. The most fertile public for the propagandist, distinct from the small minority of the indifferent. Quote, "The aim of modern propaganda is no longer to modify ideas, but to provoke action. It is no longer to change adherence to a doctrine, but to make the individual cling irrationally to a process of action." Quote, "The propagandist must combine the elements of propaganda as in a real orchestration. The propagandist uses a keyboard and composes a symphony." Quote, "In propaganda, we must make a radical distinction between a fact on the one hand and intentions or interpretations on the other. The truth that pays off is in the realm of facts. The necessary falsehoods, which also pay off, are in the realm of intentions and interpretations." 2. The conditions for the existence of propaganda. Individualist society and mass society. Why and how does propaganda exist? One cannot simply make any propaganda just anywhere, at any time, or in any fashion. Without a certain milieu, propaganda cannot exist. The most obvious conditions are accidental or purely historical. The mass media, the scientific research of the past half-century, the political circumstances of 2 world wars, the revolutions, and the Cold War. With each of these events, propaganda developed further. To reach the enemy, one must use his weapons, and this undeniable argument is the key to its systematic development. Even the influence of doctrines and men, Leninism, as developed by Mao, is really a doctrine of propaganda plus action, and Hitler and Goebbels had a genius for it, is not decisive. Such men are only the catalyst who profit from a confluence of favorable circumstances. But the sum of certain conditions is still not enough. The overall sociological conditions in a society must provide a favorable environment. For propaganda to succeed, a society must have 2 complementary qualities. It must be both an individualist and a mass society. These 2 qualities are often considered contradictory, but this contradiction is purely theoretical and a delusion. In actual fact, an individualist society must be a mass society, because the first move toward the liberation of the individual is to break up the small groups that are an organic fact of the entire society. The individual frees himself from family, village, and parish bonds, only to find himself directly face to face with the entire society, when individuals are not held together by local structures. The only form in which they can live together is in an unstructured mass society. As soon as local organic groupings are reformed, society tends to cease being individualistic and thereby to lose its mass character. Individualist society and mass society are two corollary aspects of the same reality. Propaganda can be effective only in an individualist society, not the theoretical individualism of the 19th century, but the genuine individualism of our society. As long as solidly constituted groups exist, those who are integrated into them are protected against such external influences as propaganda. The organic group is not sensitive to the psychological contagion so important to mass propaganda. 19th century individualist society came about through the disintegration of such small groups. The individual, uprooted, placed in a new urban environment, thrown entirely on his own resources, becomes the measure of all things, saddled with a total, crushing responsibility, and the permanent uncertainty, the social mobility. The absence of sociological protection make this society fertile ground for modern propaganda. But for propaganda to develop, society must also be a mass society, not a society that is simply breaking up or dissolving, but a society maintaining itself while taking on the new structure of the mass society, a society with considerable population density, in which local structures are weak, currents of opinion strongly felt, and the individual is part of large and influential collectives, sharing a certain uniformity of material life, the same preoccupations, the same interest in technical matters, the same mythical beliefs, the same prejudices. There is a close relation between mass and crowd. Because a mass society exists, crowds can assemble frequently, and the very fact of belonging to crowds turns the individual more and more into a mass man, more available, more credulous, more suggestible, more excitable. In mass society, we find the maximum deviation between public opinions and latent private opinions. The instruments of propaganda find their principal source of support in urban concentration, which, resulting from the fusion between mass and crowd, gives the mass its psychological and sociological character. The majority effect can be felt only in a mass society, and public opinion, as we presently think of it, also needs a mass society, the kind of opinion used by. Propaganda cannot exist in a community of 50 or 100 persons isolated from the outside world. Under such conditions, propaganda can develop best, and it is from mass society that the psychological elements most favorable to propaganda emerge: symbols and stereotypes. Opinion. We must add to all this the problem of public opinion. Opinion formed in primary groups, or small groups, has other characteristics than that which exists in large societies. In small groups, with direct contacts between individuals, interpersonal relations are the dominant relations, and the formation of public opinion depends on these direct contacts. Opinion is determined by the preponderant opinion, which imposes itself automatically on the group. Leadership is recognized spontaneously, and group opinion regulates concrete situations or common experiences. Such primary groups are spontaneously democratic, but by no means liberal for minorities within them. Appear as form bodies. Secondary or large societies have a totally different character. Individuals do not know and have no direct contact with each other, and they do not share the direct experience of the problems on which they must make decisions. Public opinion in such groups has three characteristics. It can shape itself only in a society in which institutionalized channels of information give the people the facts on which they will take a position. It cannot express itself directly, but only through channels, elections, parties, referenda, and it is formed by a very large number of people who cannot possibly experience the same fact in the same fashion. This is possible only when all these people are apprised not of the facts, but only of abstract symbols that give the facts a shape in which they can serve as a base for public opinion. And the symbols most effective in the formation of public opinion are those most remote from reality. We have pointed out that original small groups are obstacles to propaganda, because direct experience and personal acquaintance exist in the small group. Propaganda cannot function there. Propaganda can function only in secondary groups in which secondary opinion can form itself. and propaganda can exist only in societies in which secondhand opinion definitely dominates primary opinion, driving it into a minority position. Then the individual, between the two conflicting types of opinion, will normally grasp the general public opinion. The mass media of communication. Finally, one more condition is basic. Without the mass media, there can be no modern propaganda. But the mass media are not instruments of propaganda automatically. They must be subject to centralized control on the one hand, and well diversified with regard to their products on the other. Where film production, the press, and radio transmission are not centrally controlled, no propaganda is possible, not because the reader or viewer has real freedom of choice, which he is not, but because none of the media has enough power to hold the individual constantly and through all channels. The media must be concentrated, the number of news agencies reduced, the press brought under single control, and radio and film monopolies established. When a newspaper trust also extends its control over films and radio, the individual can be caught in the wide net of media. A state monopoly or a private monopoly is equally effective, and such a situation is in the making in the United States, France, and Germany. But that the media be concentrated is not enough. It is also necessary that the individual will listen to them. The act of acquiring a radio or TV set brings up the complicity of the propagandee. If he is a propagandee, it is because he wants to be, for he is ready to buy a paper, go to the movies, pay for a radio or TV set. He does not buy these in order to be propagandized, but in doing these things he opens the door to propaganda. The attraction of owning a radio is so much greater than the fear of propaganda that he voluntarily agrees to receive it. The reader buys the paper in which he finds his own ideas and opinions well reflected. He really wants to be propagandized. What is involved is a progression from vague, diffuse opinion to rigorous, exciting, active expression of that opinion. And the peculiar and remarkable fact is that the mass media really create their own public. Buying a TV set, though an individual act, inserts the individual into the psychological and behavioral structure of the mass, and the propagandist need no longer lead the parade in order to establish a following. Where this dual process of concentration of the sources and wide diffusion of the recipients does not take place, no modern propaganda can function in a society. The need of an average standard of living. Just as there are societies not susceptible to propaganda, there are individuals not susceptible to it. Modern integration propaganda cannot affect individuals who live on the fringes of our civilization or who have too low a living standard. The really poor cannot be subjected to integration propaganda because the immediate concerns of daily life absorb all their capacities and efforts. They can be pushed into an explosion of violence, subjected to agitation propaganda, but they cannot be trained by propaganda, kept in hand, channeled, and oriented. More advanced propaganda can influence only a man who is not completely haunted by poverty. It is particularly effective in the upper segment of the working class and in the middle classes, and it must be organized for the enormous mass of individuals who have attained an average standard of living. In the very poor countries, the poor react only very little and very slowly to any propaganda that is not pure agitation. The students and merchants react, the fellahin do not. This explains the weakness of propaganda in India and Egypt. For propaganda to be effective, the propagandee must have a certain store of ideas and a number of conditioned reflexes, acquired only with a little affluence, some education, and peace of mind. And it is noteworthy that all propagandists come from the upper middle class, Soviet, Nazi, Japanese, or American, because the lower class cannot stand back and look at itself with the perspective needed to devise symbols for it. A general standardization of men, their transformation into what is regarded as normal, typical people, sets in, and the creation of this normal type, which used to be automatic and spontaneous, now becomes a systematic creation, conscious, planned, and intended. Adjustment has become one of the key words of all psychological influence. There is not much difference between Mao's theory of the mold and McCarthyism. In both cases, the aim is normalcy, in conformance with a certain way of life. For Mao, normalcy is a sort of ideal man, the prototype of the communist, who must be shaped by pressing the individual into a mold. On the other side, there is McCarthyism, which deals less with opinions than with a way of life. The communist is abnormal because he fails to accept the normal, the American way of life. The creation of normalcy can take the shape of scientific, psychosociological analysis based on statistics, the American type, or of ideological and doctrinaire definition, the communist type. But the results are identical. Such normalcy gives rise to propaganda that can reduce the individual to the pattern most useful to society. An average culture. In addition to a certain living standard, another condition must be met. If man is to be successfully propagandized, he needs at least a minimum of culture. Propaganda cannot succeed where people have no trace of Western culture. A man who cannot read will escape most propaganda. The important thing is not to be able to read, but to understand what one reads, to reflect on and judge what one reads. The vast majority of people, perhaps 90%, know how to read, but do not exercise their intelligence beyond this. They attribute authority and eminent value to the printed word, or reject it altogether, and because they lack enough knowledge to reflect and discern, they believe or disbelieve in toto what they read. And as such people select the easiest, not the hardest, reading matter, they are precisely on the level at which the printed word can seize and convince them without opposition. They are perfectly adapted to propaganda. Let us not say, if one gave them good things to read. Such arguments have no validity, for it takes a very long time to pass from the first to the second stage, and before he can pass to the second stage, man will find himself in a universe of propaganda, already formed and integrated. The development of culture in the USSR can take place without danger, for one can reach a higher level of culture without ceasing to be a propagandee, as long as one was a propagandee before acquiring critical faculties. Actually, the most obvious result of primary education in the 19th and 20th centuries was to make the individual susceptible to super-propaganda. And what we see all around us is the claim that propaganda itself is our culture. Only in and through propaganda have the masses access to political economy, politics, art, or literature. The uncultured man cannot be reached by propaganda. The Germans found that in remote areas where people hardly knew how to read, propaganda had no effect, and the efforts to teach reading in the communist world are revealing. In China, Mao simplified the script, and the only texts published in the new script are propaganda texts, so that the illiterates cannot possibly know anything else. The number of propaganda campaigns in the West, which have first taken hold in cultured settings, is remarkable. The campaign on peace and the campaign on bacteriological warfare were first successful in educated milieus. The educated man does not believe in propaganda. He shrugs and is convinced that propaganda has no effect on him. And this is one of his great weaknesses, for the propagandists know that to reach someone one must first convince him that propaganda is ineffectual. Because he is convinced of his own superiority, the intellectual is much more vulnerable than anybody else to this maneuver, even though high intelligence, a broad culture, and constant exercise of the critical faculties are still the best weapons against propaganda. Information. Basic education permits the dissemination not only of propaganda, but of information in general. But here we meet a new condition, for we have demonstrated a close relationship between the two. To distinguish exactly between propaganda and information is impossible. Information is an essential element of propaganda. For propaganda to succeed, it must have reference to political or economic reality. Doctrinal or historical argument has power only in connection with the interpretation of events, grafting itself onto an already existing psychological reality, which is generally of brief duration and must be systematically sustained and renewed. To the extent that such reactions are prolonged and renewed, they will create an informed opinion, which is indispensable for propaganda. Where we have no informed opinion with regard to political or economic affairs, propaganda cannot exist. The masses cannot be interested in political questions until the mass media disseminate information to them. Propaganda means precisely nothing without preliminary information. Propaganda, to politically ignorant groups, can be made only if preceded by extensive, profound, and serious information work. The broader and more objective the information, the more effective subsequent propaganda will be. Once again, propaganda does not base itself on errors, but on exact facts. It even seems that the more informed public or private opinion is, the more susceptible it is to propaganda. The reader of a number of newspapers expressing diverse attitudes, just because he is better informed, is more subjected than anyone else to a propaganda that he cannot perceive. Information not only provides the basis for propaganda, but gives propaganda the means to operate, for information actually generates the problems that propaganda exploits and for which it pretends to offer solutions. No propaganda can work until a set of facts has become a problem in the eyes of those who constitute public opinion. Propaganda becomes possible only when people develop a consciousness of general problems and specific responses to them. The formation of such responses is precisely what the promulgation of information creates in individuals who have only limited personal contact with social reality. Through information, the individual is placed in a context and learns to understand the reality of his own situation with respect to society as a whole. The worker who knows nothing about prices and salaries except from personal experience may rebel against his immediate superiors, and that leads nowhere. But information will teach him that he shares his fate with millions of others. And at that very moment, the spirit of rebellion transforms itself into the spirit of revolution. And to the extent that a large number of individuals receive the same information, their reactions will be similar. Identical centers of interest will be produced, common reflexes and common prejudices formed, and mass psychology created. One of the indispensable conditions for the existence of propaganda. The ideologies. Finally, the last condition for the development of propaganda is the prevalence of strong myths and ideologies in a society. An ideology is any set of ideas accepted by individuals or peoples, without attention to their origin or value, containing an element of valuation, an element of actuality, and an element of belief. Ideology differs from myth in three important respects. The myth is embedded much more deeply in the soul, is more permanent, and provides man with a fundamental image of his condition. The myth is much less doctrinaire. An ideology is first of all a set of ideas, even when irrational, and the myth has stronger powers of activation, whereas ideology is more passive. What myth and ideology have in common is that they are collective phenomena, and their persuasive force springs from the power of collective participation. The fundamental myths of our society are the myths of work, progress, happiness. The fundamental ideologies are nationalism, democracy, socialism. Communism shares in both elements. Myths have existed in all societies, but there have not always been ideologies. The 19th century was a great breeding ground of ideology, and propaganda needed an ideological setting to develop. Ideology in the service of propaganda is very flexible and fluid. The propagandas in support of the French Revolution, of United States life in the 20s, or of Soviet life in the 40s can all be traced back to the ideology of democracy. But ideology serves propaganda as a peg, a pretext. Propaganda seizes what springs up spontaneously, gives it a new form, a structure, an effective channel, and can eventually transform ideology into myth. Individualist society and mass society. The two corollary aspects of the same reality. The disintegration of organic groups liberates the individual only to plunge him into the unstructured mass, where he is defenseless and available. Primary and secondary opinion. Opinion formed by direct contact in small groups, which is an obstacle to propaganda, and opinion formed through institutionalized channels and abstract symbols in large societies, in which propaganda can function. The complicity of the propaganda. The reader buys the paper of his choice. The listener acquires his radio. He opens the door to propaganda voluntarily, and the mass media create their own public. The normal man, the standardized type produced consciously and systematically by statistics in America, by the mold in China, to which the individual is reduced and adapted, the summit of propaganda action. Education as the prerequisite of propaganda. The more educated the propaganda, the more susceptible. For primary education places man at the disposal of propaganda before he acquires critical faculties. Quote, propaganda can be effective only in an individualist society. The individual left to himself is defenseless. Quote, the more facts supplied, the more simplistic the image. A surfeit of data prevents people from making judgments and actually paralyzes them. Quote, everyone likes to think that reading is a road to freedom. In fact, the most obvious result of primary education was to make the individual susceptible to super propaganda. 3. The necessity for propaganda. The end of the view of the wicked propagandist. A common view of propaganda is that it is the work of a few evil men, seducers of the people, cheats, and authoritarian rulers who want to dominate a population. According to this view, the public is just an object, a passive crowd that one can manipulate, and the propagandist is an innocent victim, entirely without blame because he has been fooled. This view seems to me completely wrong. A simple fact should lead us at least to question it. Nowadays, propaganda pervades all aspects of public life. To draw up plans for an organization is not enough. The individual must participate from the bottom of his heart. If the common market is wanted, a unit must be set up to psychologically prepare the people for it. NATO needs propaganda for its members. Agricultural reconstruction in France is first of all a psychological problem, with services of popularization furnishing not only technical consultants, but primarily psychological agitators. The USSR is much more advanced, with technically perfect propaganda campaigns at harvest time and hundreds of thousands of propaganda agents roaming through the villages. The formula that best explains the whole effort is full understanding on the part of the workers is the decisive factor in raising productivity. In armies, such techniques are of equal importance. The German soldier must be convinced of the validity of what he defends, and patriotism is no longer territorial but ideological. In connection with the 1959 census in the USSR, a gigantic propaganda campaign was unleashed because the accuracy of the results depends on the goodwill of the citizens. But in order for propaganda to be so far-ranging, it must correspond to a need. The state has that need, but we insist that the idea of an active power versus passive masses must also be dispelled. For propaganda to succeed, it must correspond to a need for propaganda on the individual's part. One can lead a horse to water, but cannot make him drink. The propagandist is by no means just an innocent victim. He provokes the psychological action of propaganda, not merely lends himself to it, but even derives satisfaction from it. There is not just a wicked propagandist at work who ensnares the innocent citizen. There's a citizen who craves propaganda from the bottom of his being, and a propagandist who responds to this craving. Propaganda is a strictly sociological phenomenon, in the sense that it has its roots and reasons in the need of the group that will sustain it. We are face to face with a dual need, the need on the part of regimes to make propaganda, and the need of the propagandist. The dilemma of the modern state. Propaganda is needed in the exercise of power for the simple reason that the masses have come to participate in political affairs. Let us not call this democracy. There is the concrete reality of masses. The nearness of the masses to the seats of power is very important. Pericles and Tiberius installed themselves in the countryside, far from the crowds, in order to govern in peace. But nowadays the ruler can no longer detach himself from the masses. Because of population density, the mass is everywhere, and the government is in constant contact with the entire country. Moreover, the mass knows its rulers through the press, radio, and TV. The chief of state is in contact with the people. Hence, if the ruler wants to follow secret policies, he must present a decoy to the masses. He can draw between himself and that mass an invisible curtain, a screen, on which the mass will see projected the mirage of some politics, while the real politics are being made behind it. For the masses are interested in politics. This, too, is new. Today, as never before, political decisions affect everybody, since in the old days a war affected a small number of soldiers. But today, everybody is a soldier, and the entire population of a nation is involved, and taxes have increased at least tenfold since the 17th century. Because the state's decisions will affect me, I intend to influence them. Governments can no longer govern without the masses, without their influence, presence, knowledge, and pressure. But how then can they govern? The rule of public opinion is regarded as simple and natural. Power is based on opinion, said Napoleon. Unfortunately, we know that public opinion does not express itself at the polls. It is very unstable, fluctuating, never settled, irrational, and develops in unforeseeable fashion. Democracy is based on the concept that man is rational and capable of seeing clearly what is in his own interest, but the study of public opinion suggests this is a highly doubtful proposition. On the one hand, the government can no longer operate outside the pressure of the masses and public opinion. On the other hand, public opinion does not express itself in the democratic form of government. Does the state then obey and follow that opinion? Our unequivocal answer is that even in a democratic state, it does not. Such obeisance is impossible. First, because of the very nature of public opinion. It is so variable that government could never base a course of action on it. And as it is always the opinion of incompetence, political decisions would be surrendered to them. And second, because of the nature of modern political activities. With regard to an enterprise that involves billions and lasts for years, it is not a question of following opinion. In such matters as French oil policy in the Sahara or electrification in the Soviet Union, public opinion can play no role whatever. And in the present world of politics, action must at all times be the forerunner of opinion. Even where public opinion is already formed, it can be disastrous to follow it. Recent studies have shown the catastrophic role of public opinion in matters of foreign policy. Ergo, even in a democracy, a government that is honest, serious, benevolent, and respects the voter cannot follow public opinion. But it cannot escape it either. Only one solution is possible. As the government cannot follow opinion, opinion must follow the government. One must convince this present, ponderous, impassioned mass that the government's decisions are legitimate and good. The Gordian knot cannot be cut any other way. The legitimacy of power. The same analysis must be made from another point of departure. Since the 18th century, the democratic movement has impregnated the masses with the idea of the legitimacy of power, and we have now reached the famous theory of the sovereignty of the people. Power is regarded as legitimate when it derives from the sovereignty of the people, rests on the popular will, expresses and follows this popular will. This abstract philosophic theory has become a well-developed and irrefutable idea in the mind of the average man. For the average Westerner, the will of the people is sacred, and a government that fails to represent that will is an abominable dictatorship. Conversely, a government does not feel legitimate unless it can prove that it expresses the will of the people. This is why all dictators try to demonstrate that they are the expression of that sovereignty. Hitler, Stalin, Tito, Mussolini all obtained their power from the people, and every plebiscite shows the famous result that fluctuates between 99.1 and 99.9% of the votes. The people lend themselves to all this. The voters really vote, and they vote in the desired way. We see here again the instrument used to influence the masses, the propaganda by which the government provides itself with legitimacy through public compliance. Compliance must be obtained not just with the form of government, but with all its important actions. Nothing is more irritating to a people than to have the feeling of being directed by mandarins who let their decisions fall from the height of their power. So the reasons for decisions must be given, but such information really aims at compliance and participation. It is propaganda in the deepest sense. In 1957, when the Soviet people were called upon to study and discuss Khrushchev's theses on economic reorganization, the entire government program, without the slightest modification, was passed by the Supreme Soviet. But the people were given the immense satisfaction of having been consulted and of having been given a chance to debate. Beyond that, such practices lead the government to act through the masses as intermediary in two ways. It goes to the people more and more frequently for the support of its policies. Gigantic meetings are staged to demonstrate that the people are in full agreement, as in Czechoslovakia and Castro's Day of Justice, during which the whole population was called upon to sit in judgment of the past regime, was a great propagandistic discovery. And a subtler process, governmental propaganda, suggests that public opinion demand this or that decision. The point is to make the masses demand of the government what it has already decided to do, When German public opinion unanimously demanded the liberation of Czechoslovakia, the German government had no choice but to invade that country in obedience to the people. This constant propaganda action, which makes the people demand what was decided beforehand, and makes it appear as though the spontaneous desires of the people were being carried out, best characterizes the present-day mass-government relationship. The development of propaganda cannot be regarded as a deviation or an accident from the day when the principle of popular sovereignty began to take hold. The state and its function. From the government point of view, two additional factors must be kept in mind: the competitive situation in which democracy finds itself in the world, and the disintegration of national and civic virtues. Democratic regimes, if we give them the benefit of the doubt, feel some compunction against the use of propaganda, but they are driven into it because of the external challenges they have to meet. Ever since Hitler, democracy has been subjected to relentless psychological warfare. The competition between the two regimes unfolds partly in the economic realm. We all know Khrushchev's economic challenge, and this acceleration of economic development demands the mobilization of the latent forces in the heart of the democracies, which requires psychological work and a permanent propaganda campaign on the necessity for increased production. In the days of classic imperialism, the economic weapon, supported on occasion by brief military action, was sufficient. Nowadays, the successive failures of the United States prove that it is ineffective without propaganda. In 1960, the United States gave 3 times as much assistance to underdeveloped nations as did the Soviet Union. Yet, thanks to propaganda, it is the Soviet Union that is regarded as the great helper. Thus, the democracies are now irresistibly pushed toward the use of propaganda, and psychological warfare has become the daily bread of peace policy. Military aggression has been replaced by indirect aggression, economic or ideological, and Austria and Czechoslovakia had been reduced to impotence by Nazi propaganda before they were invaded. For no international organization can protect nations against this form of aggression. But the Cold War also demands that things be kept firmly in hand at home. Today, a nation can survive only if its values are secure, its citizens loyal and unanimous, and if they practice the civic virtues. But a crisis of basic values and a relaxation of civic virtues is occurring in a number of Western democracies, and governments are forced to reconstruct their nations psychologically and ideologically. This is what the French army's psychological action claims to do, to shape a civic and moral education of the troops, opposed to propaganda, designed only to spiritually arm the citizen of a free democracy. But there is a considerable amount of illusion in the rigorous distinction between psychological action and propaganda. One is faced with a mass of individuals who must be formed, involved, given certain nationalistic reflexes, and action must be fast, with few educators at hand. Therefore, only one way can be taken: the utilization of the most effective instruments and the proved methods of propaganda. And the effects of one's own propaganda on the personality are exactly the same as those of enemy propaganda. The illusion that one engages in psychological action as a defense, while respecting the values of democracy and human personality, is more pernicious than any cynicism which looks frankly at the true situation. A thorough study of information, education, human relations, and propaganda reveals that in practice no essential differences exist among them. Any politically oriented education which creates certain special values is propaganda. Thus, by different roads, we keep arriving at the same conclusion: a modern state, even if it be liberal, democratic, and humanist, finds itself objectively and sociologically in a situation in which it must use propaganda as a means of governing. It cannot do otherwise. The individual's need, the objective situation. If we admit that the government has no choice but to make propaganda, there still remains the image of the aggressive and totalitarian political machine which pounces on the innocent victim, the individual. But I think that propaganda fills a need of modern man, a need that creates in him an unconscious desire for propaganda. He is in the position of needing outside help to be able to face his condition, and that aid is propaganda. Naturally, he does not say, "I want propaganda." On the contrary, he abhors propaganda and considers himself a free and mature person. But in reality, he calls for and desires propaganda that will permit him to ward off certain attacks and reduce certain tensions. The solution to the puzzle of propaganda's effectiveness is that its pillars of support are the individual's need for it. No propaganda can have an effect unless it is needed, though the need may remain unconscious. The masses are composed of individuals, and these individuals are interested in politics and consider themselves concerned with politics. But this presents them with problems that are way over their heads. They are faced with choices and decisions which demand maturity, knowledge, and a range of information which they do not and cannot have. He wants to participate in other ways than just elections. He wants to be conversant with economic questions. He wants to form an opinion on foreign policy. But in reality, he can't. He is caught between his desire and his inability, which he refuses to accept. Public opinion surveys always reveal that people have opinions even on the most complicated questions. The majority prefers expressing stupidities to not expressing any opinion, for this gives them the feeling of participation, for which they need simple thoughts, elementary explanations, a key that will permit them to take a position, and even ready-made opinions. As most people have the desire and at the same time the incapacity to participate, they are ready to accept a propaganda that will permit them to participate and which hides their incapacity beneath explanations, judgments, and news. The more complex and accelerated political and economic phenomena become, the more do individuals feel concerned. But the individual does not want information. He wants only value judgments and preconceived positions. One must also take into account the individual's laziness and the impossibility of transmitting all information fast enough to keep up with developments in a modern world. He realizes that he depends on decisions over which he has no control, and that realization drives him to despair. Man cannot stay in this situation too long. He needs an ideological veil to cover the harsh reality, some consolation, a raison d'etre, a sense of values, and only propaganda offers him a remedy for a basically intolerable situation. The objective situation, work and sacrifice. Besides, modern man is called upon for enormous sacrifices, which probably exceed anything known in the past. First of all, work has assumed an all-pervading role in modern life. Never have men worked so much as in our society. Only the working hours have decreased, but the omnipresence of the duties of his work, the obligations and constraints, make it weigh much more heavily on men today. Every modern man works more than the slave of long ago. But whereas the slave worked only because he was forced to, modern man, who believes in his freedom and dignity, needs reasons and justifications to make himself work. One cannot get good, steady work out of a man merely by pointing to the need for such work, or even to its monetary rewards. One must give him psychological satisfactions of a higher order. Man wants a profound and significant reason for what he does. To furnish the collective ideological motivations driving man to action is propaganda's exact task. Every time the sum total of labor is to be increased, the increase is accomplished through propaganda. The Soviet 5-year plan set the example, and the Chinese leaps forward are typical. But modern man is not only forced to make sacrifices in his work. He is also saddled with ever-increasing taxes, and the conviction that they are justified must be manufactured. Finally, let us take the most serious of all sacrifices. The modern citizen is asked to participate in wars such as have never been seen before. Dreadful because of their duration, the intensity of their operations, and the atrocities of the means employed, people really live in a permanent atmosphere of war. In our modern form of war, the traditional motives, protection of one's family, defense of one's own country, no longer exist. They must be replaced by others, and the more demanded of man, the more powerful must be those motivations. Man must be plunged into a mystical atmosphere and given, at the same time, a drug that will sustain his nerves and his morale. Patriotism must become ideological, and only propaganda can put man into a state of nervous endurance that will permit him to face the tension of war. Aside from all these sacrifices, man is not automatically adjusted to the living conditions imposed on him by modern society. The increasing pace the working hours, the noise, the crowded cities, the lack of personal accomplishment, the anonymity of the individual in the big cities. The individual is not equipped to face these disturbing, paralyzing influences. He needs motivations that will restore his equilibrium. One can surround him with a network of psychological relations that will artificially soothe his discomforts or have him live in a myth strong enough to offset the concrete disadvantages. To make man's condition acceptable to him, one must transcend it. This is the function of Soviet and Chinese propaganda. Information and the need for propaganda. Finally, to understand the need for propaganda that springs from modern man's actual condition, one must remember that one is dealing with an informed person. If we look at the average man, what do we actually mean when we say this man is informed? It means that, aside from spending 8 hours at work and 2 more commuting, this man reads a newspaper, looks at the headlines and glances at a few stories, listens to news broadcasts, and once a week looks at the photos in a picture magazine. This is the case of the reasonably well-informed man, that is, of 98% of all people. What happens to a man who receives a great deal of news each day? First, straight news reporting never gives him anything but factual details. If you shower the public with thousands of items, the average person will simply retain thousands of items which mean nothing to him. He finds himself in a kind of kaleidoscope in which unconnected images follow each other rapidly, his attention continually diverted and dissipated. The world becomes remarkably changeable and uncertain. He can find no fixed point or continuity. And as the most frequent news story is about an accident or a calamity, our reader takes a catastrophic view of the world. He does not read about the trains that arrive normally at their destination, but learns all the details of a train accident, and he gets the notion that he lives in a terrible era, amid catastrophes, in a world where everything threatens him. Man cannot stand this. He cannot live in an absurd and incoherent world, and he cannot accept the idea that the problems which sprout all around him cannot be solved. The man who keeps himself informed needs a framework in which all this information can be put in order. He needs explanations and comprehensive answers. He needs coherence, and he needs an affirmation of his own worth. The more complicated the problems, the more simple the explanations must be. The more fragmented the canvas, the simpler the pattern. The more menacing the reduction of his own worth, the greater the need for boosting his ego. All this propaganda, and only propaganda, can give him, it succeeds primarily because it corresponds exactly to a need of the masses, the need for explanations and the need for values, which both spring largely from the promulgation of news. Effective propaganda needs to give man an all-embracing view of the world, a view rather than a doctrine, a general panorama that allows the individual to give the proper classification to all the news items he receives, and it must furnish an explanation for all happenings, a key to understand the whys and the reasons for economic and political developments. News loses its frightening character when the listener already has a ready explanation in his mind. The great force of propaganda lies in giving modern man all-embracing, simple explanations and massive, doctrinal causes, without which he could not live with the news. Man is doubly reassured. First, because propaganda tells him the reasons behind the developments which unfold, and second, because it promises a solution for all the problems that arise. Just as information is necessary for awareness, propaganda is necessary to prevent this awareness from being desperate. The subjective situation. Some psychological characteristics of modern man, partly results of his reality situation, also explain his irrepressible need for propaganda. Let us recall some frequently analyzed traits of the man who lives in the Western world. Above all, he is a victim of emptiness, a man devoid of meaning, very busy but emotionally empty, open to all entreaties, in search of only one thing, something to fill his inner void. He is the lonely man, and the larger the crowd in which he lives, the more isolated he is. That loneliness inside the crowd is perhaps the most terrible ordeal of modern man, leading to severe personality disturbances. For it, propaganda, encompassing human relations, is an incomparable remedy. It corresponds to the need to share, to be a member of a community, to lose oneself in a group, to embrace a collective ideology that will end loneliness. It also corresponds to the need to believe and obey, to create and hear fables, to communicate in the language of myths, and to man's intellectual sloth and desire for security. In our society, man is being pushed more and more into passivity. He is thrust into vast organizations in which each man has his own small part to play, but he cannot act on his own. He can act only as the result of somebody else's decision, on collective signals which integrate his actions into the complete mechanism. To the extent that government can no longer function without the mass, propaganda is the signal to act, the bridge from the individual's mere interest in politics to his political action. At the same time, the individual feels himself diminished. The feeling of being unimportant stems from working conditions, housing conditions, family conditions, and submission to an ever-growing number of authorities. Man is drowned in the mass and becomes convinced that he is only a cipher. But man cannot stand being unimportant. He needs to assert himself, to see himself as a hero, and under our present conditions that instinct is completely frustrated. Only propaganda provides the individual with a fully satisfactory response to his profound need. Though a mass instrument, it addresses itself to each individual. It appeals to me, to my common sense, my desires, and provokes my wrath and my indignation. It gives me violent feelings which lift me out of the daily grind. It boosts my ego by giving me a strong sense of my responsibility and makes me take myself seriously. Thanks to such propaganda, the diminished individual obtains the very satisfaction he needs, and the feeling of inferiority is the normal condition of almost every person in a mass society. Anxiety, justification, and the need for propaganda. Also, to the extent that modern man is diminished, he finds himself faced with the almost constant need for repression. Most of his natural tendencies are suppressed by social constraints, and he constantly faces obstacles which suppress his tendencies and impulses. But it is impossible to keep the individual in such a situation for long. The tension becomes extreme and can cause illness. At that very moment, propaganda will intervene as the instrument for reducing these tensions by external action. It permits what so far was prohibited. It offers man an object of hatred, for all propaganda is aimed at an enemy, and the hatred it offers him is not shameful, evil hatred that he must hide, but a legitimate hatred which he can justly feel. Propaganda also offers release through devious channels. Authoritarian regimes provide satirical journals attacking the authorities, yet tolerated. For example, Crocodile, which serve to give the people the impression that they are free and to single out those about to be purged as guilty of all that the people dislike. This role is even more prominent in the presence of another phenomenon, anxiety, perhaps the most widespread psychological trait in our society. Man has good reasons to be afraid of communist subversion, fascism, H-bombs, unemployment, sickness, and the number of dangers is increasing while religious beliefs, which allowed man to face fear, have disappeared almost entirely. Anxiety is irrational, and any attempt to calm it with reason or facts must fail. To demonstrate factually that the feared danger is much smaller than it is believed to be only increases anxiety. Man also feels himself the prey of the hostile impulses of others, and he is plunged into conflicts which place his experiences in conflict with the social imperatives. Peace is worshipped in societies that prepare for war. But man cannot endure contradiction. Anxiety results, and man struggles to resolve the contradiction in order to dissolve his anxiety. Finally, as a result of all the threats and contradictions in contemporary society, man feels accused, guilty, but one of man's greatest inner needs is to feel that he is right, to be right in his own eyes, to be right in the eyes of those around him, and to belong to a group which he can proclaim as just, noble, and good. What matters is not to be just, but to seem just, to find reasons for asserting that one is just, and to have these reasons shared by one's audience. The whole process is unconscious and corresponds to what American psychologists call rationalization, the search for good reasons. On the collective level, one can say that most ideologies and political or economic theories are justifications. There are three sources of justifications: the traditional explanations transmitted by the group, the rationalizations we fabricate spontaneously, and, what interests us most, the rationalizations dealing with new situations and unforeseen necessities to which traditional solutions do not apply. These are the fruit of propaganda. Propaganda attaches itself to man because of his overpowering need to be right, and just, in every situation it hands him the proof that he, personally, is in the right, that the action demanded of him is just, even if he has the dark, strong feeling that it is not. It appeases his tensions and resolves his conflicts. It offers facile, ready-made justifications, transmitted by society and easily believed, which are at once individual and collective. Man, eager for self-justification, throws himself in the direction of a propaganda that justifies him and thus eliminates one of the sources of his anxiety. Propaganda dissolves contradictions and restores to man a unitary world. It hands him a key with which he can open all doors, special glasses through which he can look at present-day history and clearly understand what it means, giving him the assurances formerly given him by religion. The man who seeks to escape his strangling anxiety by any means will feel miraculously delivered as soon as he can participate in the campaign mounted by propaganda. For all these reasons, contemporary man needs propaganda. He asks for it. In fact, he almost instigates it. The politician who uses it is not a monster. He fills a social demand. The propagandee is a close accomplice of the propagandist, and because propaganda satisfies him, he follows its route. Propaganda is the inevitable result of the various components of the technological society and plays so central a role in the life of that society that no economic or political development can take place without the influence of its great power. The dual necessity, the need of the state to make propaganda and the need of the individual to receive it, the two conditions that correspond to and complement each other in the development of propaganda. The dilemma of the modern state. The government can no longer govern without the masses, yet cannot follow public opinion. So opinion must follow the government, and the state must act through propaganda. The manufacture of public demand. Propaganda makes the masses demand of the government what the government has already decided to do. The will of the people thus appears to be obeyed while it is being created. The individual's need for propaganda. Born of the individualist mass society. Emptiness, loneliness, passivity, the feeling of diminution, the need for self-assertion, anxiety, and the overpowering need to be right. Justification, the rationalization by which man finds himself in full accord with his group, purged of his pangs of conscience, furnished on a grand scale, and for new situations, only by propaganda. Quote, "There's not just a wicked propagandist at work who sets up means to ensnare the innocent citizen. Rather, there is a citizen who craves propaganda from the bottom of his being and a propagandist who responds to this craving." Quote, "As the government cannot follow opinion, opinion must follow the government. One must convince this present, ponderous, impassioned mass that the government's decisions are legitimate and good." Quote, "Only with the propagandee's unconscious complicity can propaganda fulfill its function. And because propaganda satisfies him, even if he protests against it in abstracto, he follows its route." 4. Psychological effects of propaganda. The effects in depth. Let us begin by examining what psychological effects propaganda operations have on the individual. Aside from the effects that the propagandist seeks to obtain directly, a person's vote, for example, his psychological manipulations evoke certain forces in the unconscious and traumatize the individual in various ways. A person subjected to propaganda does not remain intact. Not only will his opinions and attitudes be modified, but also his impulses and his mental and emotional structures. Propaganda's effect is more than external. It produces profound changes. One must also distinguish between effects produced by different media. For each medium has its own effects on attitudes or opinions, whether the propagandist purposely provokes them or not. When a man goes to the movies, his inner life is modified independently of all propaganda. If one looks at a propaganda campaign conducted by radio, it is almost impossible to divide its effect from those produced by radio broadcasts in general, and the propagandist knows that they will be combined. He will be tempted to combine them because they complement one another. The propagandist orchestrates psychological crystallization. Under the influence of propaganda, certain latent drives that are vague, unclear, and often without any particular objective suddenly become powerful, direct, and precise. Propaganda furnishes objectives, organizes the traits of an individual's personality into a system, and freezes them into a mold. For example, prejudices that exist about any event become greatly reinforced and hardened by propaganda. The individual is told that he is right in harboring them, and he discovers reasons and justifications for a prejudice when it is clearly shared by many and proclaimed openly. Once propaganda begins to utilize and direct an individual's hatreds, he no longer has any chance to retreat or to seek reconciliations with his opponents. He now has a supply of ready-made judgments where he had only vague notions, and in this fashion propaganda standardizes current ideas, hardens prevailing stereotypes, and furnishes thought patterns in all areas. It gives the individual the stereotypes he no longer takes the trouble to work out for himself in the form of labels, slogans, ready-made judgments, and by giving the word, convinces him that he has an opinion. In this process of crystallization, these images begin to occupy a person's entire consciousness and to push out other feelings and judgments. All truly personal activity on the part of the individual is diminished, and man finally is filled with nothing but these prejudices and beliefs around which all else revolves. Public opinion within an individual grows as it becomes crystallized through the effects of propaganda, while his private opinion decreases. Another aspect of crystallization pertains to self-justification. To the extent that man needs justifications, propaganda provides them. But whereas his ordinary justifications are fragile and may always be open to doubts, those furnished by propaganda are irrefutable and solid. The individual believes them and considers them to be eternal truths. He can throw off all sense of guilt. He loses all feeling for the harm he might do, and all sense of responsibility other than the responsibility propaganda instills in him. Through such a process of intense rationalization, propaganda builds monolithic individuals. It eliminates inner conflicts, tensions, self-criticism, self-doubt, and builds a one-dimensional being without depth or range of possibilities, who marches forward with full assurance of his righteousness. At the same time, this crystallization closes his mind to all new ideas. Every new idea is troublesome to his entire being, and he actually comes to hate everything opposed to what propaganda has made him acquire. The individual has received irrational certainties from propaganda, and precisely because they are irrational, they seem to him part of his personality. There's a feeling here akin to that of something sacred, and this genuine taboo prevents him from entertaining any new ideas. Incidentally, this refusal to listen to new ideas usually takes on an ironic aspect. The man who has been successfully subjected to a vigorous propaganda will declare that all new ideas are propaganda. One can almost postulate that those who call every idea they do not share propaganda are themselves almost completely products of propaganda. One might go further and say that propaganda tends to give a person a religious personality. His psychological life is organized around an irrational, external, and collective tenet that provide the scale of values, rules of behavior, and a principle of social integration. In a society in the process of secularization, propaganda responds to the religious need, lending much more vigor and intransigence to the resulting religious personality. We may now ask, if propaganda modifies psychological life in this fashion, will it not eventually lead to neurosis? Karen Horney has shown that the neurotic personality is tied to a social structure and a culture, and certain neuroses share essential characteristics springing directly from the problems found in our society. In the face of these problems, propaganda seems a means of remedying personal deficiencies, while at the same time it plunges the individual into a neurotic state. apparent from the rigid responses of the propagandist, his stereotyped attitude, his inability to adjust to situations other than those created by propaganda, his need for strict opposites, his involvement in unreal conflicts. To mistake an artificial conflict for a real one is a characteristic of neurosis. So is the tendency to give everything his own narrow interpretation, and the neurotic's need for self-justification, which expresses itself in the projection of hostile motives to the outside world. When reading Karen Horney's description of the neurotic cycle, anxiety, hostility, reduction of self-respect, striving for power, reinforcement of hostility and anxiety, one might almost be reading about the cycle typical for the propagandist, even if we take into account that propaganda ultimately eliminates conscious anxiety and tranquilizes him. Alienation through propaganda. To be alienated means to be someone other than oneself. In a more profound sense, it means to be deprived of oneself, to be subjected to or identified with someone else. That is definitely the effect of propaganda. It strips the individual, robs him of part of himself, and makes him live an alien and artificial life, to such an extent that he becomes another person and obeys impulses foreign to him. To produce this effect, propaganda utilizes and reinforces the individual's inclination to lose himself in something bigger than he is, to free his ego of all doubt and suffering through fusion with others, to devote himself to a great leader and a great cause, and it pushes the individual into the mass until he disappears entirely. First of all, propaganda makes disappear everything in the nature of critical and personal judgment. It limits the application of thought, provides ready-made and unreal thoughts and stereotypes, orients the propagandist toward very limited ends, and determines the core from which all his thoughts must arrive. The acceptance of this line supposes the suppression of all critical judgment. As Jules Monnerat has said, all individual passion leads to the suppression of all critical judgment with regard to the object of that passion. In the collective passion created by propaganda, critical judgment disappears altogether. Man becomes incapable of discernment. The individual can no longer judge for himself because he inescapably relates his thoughts to the entire complex of values established by propaganda. What the individual loses is never easy to revive. Once critical faculties have been atrophied, they will not reappear when propaganda has been suppressed, and the propagandist, if deprived of one propaganda, will immediately adopt another, to spare himself the agony of finding himself vis-a-vis some event without a ready-made opinion. All this leads to the elimination of personal judgment, which takes place as soon as the individual accepts public opinion as his own. He no longer expresses himself, but his society, his group, and with great fervor at that. He asserts himself at the very moment that he denies his own self without realizing it. When the propagandist tries to assert himself as a living reality, he demonstrates his total alienation most clearly, for he shows that he can no longer even distinguish between himself and society. He is merely a channel that ingests the truths of propaganda and dispenses them with the conviction that is the result of his absence as a person. This mechanism of alienation generally corresponds either to projection into an identification with a hero and leader, or to a fusion with the mass. And when the propagandist believes he is expressing the highest ideal of personality, he is at the lowest point of alienation. The cult of the hero is the absolutely necessary complement of the massification of society. The individual who is prevented from becoming a real person projects onto the hero all he would wish to be, feels, thinks, and acts through the hero, accepts being a child, and ceases to defend his own interests. In this connection, one can really speak of alienation and of regression to an infantile state caused by propaganda. Such extensive alienation is by no means exceptional. Everywhere we find men who pronounce as highly personal truths what they have read in the papers only an hour before, people who will not tolerate the slightest challenge to their God. We meet this alienated man at every turn, and are possibly already one ourselves. Aside from the alienation that takes place when the rational individual retreats into the irrational collective, there are other forms of alienation, through the artificial satisfaction of real needs, or the real satisfaction of artificial needs. Propaganda satisfies man, but with false and illusory satisfactions. It gives him explanations of the world, but explanations that are mendacious and irrational. It reassures or excites him, but always at the wrong moment. It gives him reasons for the sacrifices demanded of him, but not the real reasons. When man has good reason to feel tense and fearful, propaganda that adjusts him to such conditions without changing his situation in the least is particularly pernicious. It is like the cure that would heal the liver of an alcoholic in such a way that he could continue to get drunk without feeling pain. Modern man deeply craves friendship and confidence, but he is plunged into a world of competition and anonymity. Confidence in a leader or a TV personality seems much more satisfying, but such satisfactions are purely illusory. Conversely, propaganda creates artificial needs. Certain prejudices and needs which were by no means imperative to begin with become all-devouring passions. The genuine need for freedom has been diluted and adulterated under the impact of various propagandas. Propaganda provokes tensions purposely and holds out their remedy at the same time. It is master of both excitation and satisfaction, and it opens a door to the individual while offering him, in reality, a profound alienation. On this level, the more the individual is convinced that he thinks, feels, and acts on his own, the greater the alienation. The propagandist considers himself a well-organized, fully aware individual when he chooses among the courses of action propaganda offers him, and claims to be climbing uphill while coasting downhill. For propaganda has aroused his energy and sense of responsibility, or rather their verbal images, because the forces themselves were long ago destroyed by propaganda. This duplicity is propaganda's most destructive act. The psychic dissociation effect of propaganda. Propaganda creates a tendency to manic depressive neurosis. As Philippe de Felice has said, an exaggeration, to be sure, but it is true that propaganda puts the individual through successive periods of exaltation and depression, caused by exposing him to alternate propaganda themes. The result is a continuous emotional contrast, which can become very dangerous. We shall set aside the observable dissociations between public opinion and personal opinion, and stress the dissociation between thought and action, which seems to us one of the most disturbing facts of our time. Nowadays, man acts without thinking, and in turn his thought can no longer be translated into action. Thinking has become a superfluous exercise, without reference to reality, purely internal, without compelling force, more or less a game. Man does not need to think in order to act, for his action is determined by the techniques he uses and by the sociological conditions. The two decisive factors are the mechanization of work and propaganda. The mechanization of work is based entirely on dissociation. Those who think never act, and those who act must not reflect on their actions, and propaganda seeks to induce action with as little thought as possible. According to propaganda, it is useless, even harmful for man to think, for thinking prevents him from acting with the required righteousness and simplicity. Action must come directly from the depths of the unconscious, must release tension, become a reflex. No political thought that is at all coherent can possibly be applied, and this is the basic condition of the political organization of the modern world. Propaganda is the instrument to attain this effect. An example that shows the radical devaluation of thought is the transformation of words in propaganda. There, language, the instrument of the mind, becomes pure sound, a symbol directly evoking feelings and reflexes. There is another dissociation between the verbal universe, in which propaganda makes us live, and reality. Propaganda tends to destroy man's conscience. In connection with the problem of dissociation, we must examine the case of an individual subjected to two intense, opposing propagandas equally close to him. It is sometimes said that two competing propagandas cancel each other out, but if one regards propaganda as psychological manipulation designed to produce action, one understands that these two propagandas, far from canceling each other out, have a cumulative effect. A boxer, groggy from a left hook, does not return to normal when he is hit with a right hook. He becomes groggier. To defend himself, Man automatically reacts in one of two ways. He takes refuge in inertia, in which case propaganda may provoke his rejection. The conflicting propaganda of opposing parties is essentially what leads to political abstention, but this is not the abstention of the free spirit. It is the result of resignation, the external symptom of a series of inhibitions, which progressively take over the whole of his being. Or the other defensive reflex is flight into involvement. No longer capable of resisting the opposing pulls, the individual becomes involved. He joins a party, to which he ties himself as totally as propaganda had intended, and one propaganda arms him against the other propagandas. The creation of a need for propaganda. A final psychological effect of propaganda is the appearance of the need for propaganda. The individual subjected to propaganda can no longer do without it. This is a form of snowballing. The more propaganda there is, the more the public wants. The need for a growing volume of propaganda involves two apparently contradictory phenomena: mithridization and sensibilization. It is known that under the effect of propaganda, the individual gradually closes up. Having suffered too many propaganda shocks, he becomes accustomed and insensitive to them. He no longer looks at posters, no longer hears a radio speech, no longer reads the newspaper, but merely schemes distractedly over it. One may therefore be tempted to say that he is mithridized against propaganda. Nevertheless, this same individual continues to turn on his radio and buy his newspaper. He is mithridized, yes, but only to the objective and intellectual content of propaganda. He has become indifferent to the theme, the idea, the argument, but that does not mean that he has become insensitive to propaganda. It means exactly the opposite, for he continues to follow the trend and obey the rules, continuing to obey the catchwords while no longer listening to them. His reflexes still function. In reality, though he is mithridized to ideological content, he is sensitized to propaganda itself. The more the individual is captured by propaganda, the more sensitive he is to the impetus it gives him. The smallest excitement, the feeblest stimulus, activates his conditioned reflexes, awakens the myth, and produces the action that the myth demands. An enormous amount of manipulation was required to achieve this in him at first. But once he has been filled with and reshaped by propaganda, the smallest dose now suffices. It is enough to refresh, to give a booster shot, and the individual obeys in striking fashion. He no longer offers any resistance to propaganda. Moreover, he has ceased to believe in it consciously, but he acts according to the proper stimuli. In the domain of opinion, mithridization takes place, but in the domain of action, he is actually mobilized. An individual who has arrived at this point has a constant and irresistible need for propaganda. He cannot bear to have it stop. He lived in anxiety, and propaganda gave him certainty. Now his anxiety doubles at the very instant when propaganda stops. Propaganda removed him from his subhuman situation and gave him a feeling of self-importance. When it stops, he finds himself more powerless than before, and propaganda gave him justification, which he needs constantly renewed, for he feels guilty because he performed deeds that he now dreads. When propaganda ceases in a group where it has had powerful effect, we see a social disintegration of the group and a corresponding internal disintegration of the individuals within it. Genuine nervous or mental troubles are sometimes found in those who have been dominated by a propaganda that has ceased. Man is diminished. He can no longer live alone, decide for himself, or alone assume the burden of his life. He needs a guardian, a director of conscience, and feels ill when he does not have them. Thus a need for propaganda arises, which education can no longer change. From the moment the individual is caught, he needs his ration of pseudo-intellectual nourishment, of nervous and emotional stimulation, and of social integration. Propaganda must therefore be unceasing. As to the durability of propaganda effects, the specific content of propaganda has only a temporary effect and must be refreshed and renewed all the time. But when propaganda acts in the direction of an epic's deep-seated trends, its effect becomes very durable. Propaganda plunges the individual into the immediate present, taking from him all mastery of his life. The propagandee becomes a man without a past and without a future, whose discontinuous personality must be given continuity from the outside. From the moment propaganda begins, one can no longer stop it. It can only grow and perfect itself, for its discontinuation would ask too great a sacrifice of the propagandee. The ambiguity of psychological effects. One of the deceptive qualities of this inquiry is the great uncertainty to which we are ultimately led, for we realize that propaganda can and does produce contradictory psychological results. We shall examine 4 examples. First, propaganda can simultaneously create some tensions and ease others. It consoles the individual and helps him solve his conflicts, but also creates anxiety and provokes tensions. After a propaganda of fear or terror, the listener is left in an emotional tension which cannot be resolved by kind words. Only action can resolve the conflict. The propagandist must therefore find the optimum degree of tension. As Goebbels expressly stated, too much tension can produce panic, too little does not push people to act. This ambivalence explains itself largely by the distinction between agitation propaganda, which must arouse frustration and aggression, and integration propaganda, which aims at the reduction of tensions and the acceptance of the symbols of authority. Connected with this is the second contradiction. Propaganda creates self-justification and a good conscience, and at the same time, guilt feelings and a bad conscience. It furnishes the individual a feeling of security and righteousness, but it also stimulates guilt feelings, for to develop such feelings is its principal objective when it addresses a hostile group, since the man who feels guilty loses his desire to fight. A third contradiction. In certain cases, propaganda is an agent of attachment to the group, of cohesion. It can transform the symbols of a group into absolute truth and induce the individual to confuse his personal destiny with that of his group, but can also destroy the group by stimulating contradictions between feelings of justice and loyalty, by destroying confidence in the accustomed sources of information. Propaganda can introduce a factor of ambiguity into the solid member of a group, and the individual, unable to escape the ambiguity by returning to his previous certainties, escapes by going over to the enemy group, entering into an absolute allegiance to its truth. There is no greater enemy of Christianity or communism than he who was once an absolute believer. One last type of contradiction. According to circumstances, propaganda creates either politicization or privatization. First of all, propaganda must reveal the citizen in man and fight against privatization. The feeling that leads man to consider his private affairs as most important and produces the own Michigan ideology. A modern state can function only if the citizens give it their support. But at the same time, and just as strongly, propaganda is an agent of privatization. The propaganda of terror seeks to create a depressing effect on the opponent and leads him to adopt a fatalistic attitude. And the most important aspect of privatization propaganda by the state is that it creates a situation in which the state has a free hand because the citizenry is totally uninterested in political matters, reiterating that the exercise of political power is very complex and must be left to professional politicians. Thus, the state, in various ways, by terror in Hitler's Germany, by political education in the Soviet Union, neutralizes the masses, forces them into passivity, throws them back on their private life in order to leave a free hand to those who are in power. Psychological crystallization, the reinforcement and hardening of latent drives, prejudices, and stereotypes under propaganda. The individual receives irrational certainties that seem part of his personality and becomes monolithic, impervious to new ideas, religious in the rigidity of his convictions. Alienation through propaganda. The individual is stripped of his critical and personal judgment, lives vicariously through the hero or the mass, and absorbs collective judgments as his own, most completely alienated precisely when he believes he is asserting himself. Mithridatization and sensibilization, the two faces of the need for propaganda. The individual becomes indifferent to the ideological content, yet ever more sensitive to the impetus of propaganda itself, obeying its reflexes without believing its arguments. The dissociation of thought and action, the effect by which man acts without thinking and his thought can never be translated into action. The root of the propagandee's incapacity and of the cumulative shock of opposing propagandas. Politicization and privatization. The contradictory outcomes. Propaganda either makes the citizen participate wholly in political life or throws him back upon his private life, leaving the state a free hand. Quote, through such a process of intense rationalization, propaganda builds monolithic individuals. It eliminates inner conflicts, tensions, self-criticism, self-doubt. And in this fashion, it also builds a one-dimensional being without depth or range of possibilities. Quote, one can almost postulate that those who call every idea they do not share propaganda are themselves almost completely products of propaganda. Quote, when the propagandist tries to assert himself as a living reality, he demonstrates his total alienation most clearly, for he shows that he can no longer even distinguish between himself and society. 5. The socio-political effects. The traditional relationship between propaganda and ideology. A relationship between propaganda and ideology has always existed. The pattern of that relationship became more or less established toward the end of the 19th century. Society rests on certain beliefs, some of which are active. They push men into action, and to the extent that members of a group believe their ideology to represent the truth, they almost always assume an aggressive posture and try to impose it elsewhere. Ideology becomes bent on conquest, whether within a society as a conflict between groups or outside as a nationalist ideology. The expansion of an ideology can take various forms. It can accompany the expansion of a group and impose itself on the collectivities being embraced by it, as with the Republican ideology of 1793 or the Communist ideology of 1945. It can expand by its own momentum on a purely psychological plane, or it can expand through propaganda, which appears, spontaneously or in organized fashion, as a means of spreading an ideology beyond the borders of a group or fortifying it within a group. In such cases, propaganda is directly inspired by ideology in both form and content, and it does not lead a life of its own. It emerges only sporadically when an ideology tries to expand, and its working processes are relatively simple in that it does not try to take possession of the individual, but simply to transmit certain beliefs and ideas. That is the classic pattern, still considered valid today by many observers, but no longer prevailing. Lenin and Hitler understood that the modern world is essentially a world of means, that what is most important is to utilize all the means at man's disposal, and that ends have been completely transformed by the profusion of means. Lenin's stroke of genius was to see that the ends had become secondary to the means, and he was carried along by the conviction that extreme utilization of all means would lead to the establishment of socialist society. The end became a postulate that was easily forgotten. With Hitler, one finds precisely the same tendency, but with two differences. First, a total lack of restraint. Lenin envisaged progressive, limited, adjusted means, while Hitler wanted to apply them all, without delay. And second, the end, the aim, the doctrine disappeared altogether. The vague millennium he promised cannot be regarded as an aim, nor can his anti-Semitism be considered doctrine. We pass here to the stage of pure action, action for action's sake. Ideology was of interest to Lenin and Hitler only where it could serve an action or some plan or tactic. Where it could not be used, it did not exist, or it was used for propaganda. Propaganda then became the major fact. With respect to it, ideologies became mere epiphenomena, and ideological content came to be of much less importance than had been thought possible. In most cases, propaganda can change this content as long as it respects the formal and customary aspects of the ideology, its images and vocabulary. This new relationship, once its effectiveness had been demonstrated, touched all prevailing ideologies, all of which now exist in connection with propaganda. It is no longer possible to turn back. The new relationship. These new propaganda methods have completely changed the relationship between propaganda and ideology, and as a result, the role and value of ideologies have changed. Propaganda's task is less and less to propagate ideologies. It now obeys its own laws and becomes autonomous. The propagandist is not and cannot be a believer. He cannot believe in the ideology he must use for he must use it as an object and manipulate it without the respect he would have for it if he believed in it. His task is to ensure the efficiency of the organization he serves, and ideology is only one of the incidental and interchangeable cogs in his machinery. The organization seeks not to disseminate a doctrine, but to mobilize individuals into active militants in the service of it. Orthopraxy. When faced with an ideology that exists among the masses, the propagandist must ask himself two questions. First, is this ideology an obstacle to the action to be taken? Does it make the masses passive? In many cases, such an ideology will indeed be an obstacle to blind action, if only by sparking some intellectual activity or providing criteria for judgment. The propagandist must then be careful not to run head-on into it, but integrate it into his system, use some parts of it, deflect it. Second, he must ask himself whether the ideology can be used for his propaganda, whether it has predisposed an individual to submit to propaganda's impulsions. In an Arab country colonized by whites, the Islamic ideology that has developed hatred for Christians creates a perfect predisposition to nationalist and anti-colonialist propaganda. And the propagandist will use that ideology directly, regardless of its content. He can become an ardent protagonist of Islam without believing in the least in its religious doctrine. Similarly, a communist propagandist can disseminate a nationalist or democratic ideology because it is useful and effective, even if he himself is anti-nationalist and anti-democratic. By utilizing the democratic ideology, the Communist Party obtains the consent of the masses to its action, and the fact that such beliefs are no obstacle to the establishment of a dictatorship is of no importance. In the face of existing, usable ideologies, the propagandist can take one of two paths. He can stimulate them or mythologize them. An ideology can be expressed in a catchword, a slogan, reduced to a simple idea deeply anchored in the popular consciousness. Words such as democracy, country, and social justice become stimuli capable of obtaining reflexes in public opinion. Or the propagandist can transform ideology into myth. The existence of an ideology within a group is the best possible foundation for the elaboration of a myth. Socialist ideology was transformed into myth by Leninist propaganda. Patriotic ideology became national myth, and the ideology of happiness was transformed into myth at the end of the 19th century. Finally, the propagandist can use ideology for purposes of justification. A generally accepted ideology is a remarkable instrument for providing a good conscience, and the man whom the propagandist induces to act in accord with collective beliefs will experience a feeling of almost unshakable self-justification. In a group in which modern propaganda is being made, man no longer acts in accord with a spontaneous ideology, but only through impulses that come to him from propaganda. Only the ignorant can still believe that ideas and doctrines can make man act without psychosociological methods. The humanist ideology no longer provokes a response, and Christian ideology no longer inspires action. Those ideas that are not taken over by propaganda lose their reality and become an abstraction. Moreover, nowadays action creates ideology, not vice versa. In various ways, all the result of propaganda. Ideology is increasingly losing its importance in the modern world. It is devalued whether propaganda uses it or not. When propaganda uses it, it destroys it. The transformation of the Marxist doctrine by propaganda, first Lenin's and then Stalin's, is well known. One can no longer establish anything at all on genuine ideologies in social groups. Ideology has become part of the system of propaganda and depends on it. The effects on the structure of public opinion. The effects of propaganda on the psychic life of the individual obviously have collective consequences. Mass effects, if only because the mass is composed of individuals and propaganda is designed to act on the mass. The first effect is what is vaguely called crystallization of public opinion. Public opinion does not derive from individual opinions. A vague, inconsistent, latent opinion, which one might call raw opinion, is transformed by propaganda through a true process of crystallization into explicit opinion, organized opinion having a structure, a skeleton. A changing and versatile opinion becomes fixed and given strict orientation. Propaganda specifies the objectives of that opinion, reducing the individual's field of thought by the creation of stereotypes, and the degree of effectiveness of a propaganda depends precisely on its choice of crystallization points. If one can harden opinion on a certain key point, one can control an entire sector of opinion from there. This hardening of opinion soon makes it impervious to all contrary reasoning, proof, and fact. Even a proved fact could do nothing against crystallized opinion. Such organization of opinion tends always to a certain unification. Opinion eliminates its own contradictions. Individual opinions lose their originality, and the more active the propaganda, the more monolithic and less individualized public opinion will be. The formation of class consciousness by Marxist propaganda is a good example. A second effect is that by the process of simplification, propaganda makes opinion take shape more rapidly. Attitudes are reduced to two, positive and negative, and problems are made simple. By simplifying the thoughts of the masses and reducing them to primitive patterns, Goebbels wrote, propaganda was able to present the complex process of political and economic life in the simplest terms. Under such conditions, public opinion forms rapidly and carries along all differentiated opinions that have appeared too late. A final effect we want to trace is the separation demonstrated by Stetzel between individual and public opinion. We are thus thinking in two ways, as members of a social body and as individuals. The effect of propaganda is to separate the two types of opinion still more. When propaganda takes over public opinion, it assumes a rigidity and a density that make the expression of individual opinion impossible. Private opinion becomes devalued, and the more progress we make, the less private opinion can express itself through the mass media, which exclusively serve public opinion. And propaganda wins a great victory when it makes the individual absorb public opinion, assimilate it as the voice of his own person. From opinion to action. I have said that propaganda aims less at modifying personal opinions than at leading people into action. This is clearly its most striking result. When propaganda modifies public opinion, it is in order to turn it into an acting crowd, into participating power. Propaganda demands not the acceptance of a spectator, but his support as a minimum, his active participation as a maximum. Only very rarely does opinion by itself lead to action. And the great feat of propaganda is to cause the progression from thought to action artificially. When propaganda leads to action, it modifies the response that would otherwise be a direct result of the fundamental attitude. The individual expressing his attitude would not act, but under the influence of propaganda, he does act, and this, by the counterblows it brings, creates attitudes that determine further actions. The individual must feel the urgency of some action, and propaganda must show him what to do. The individual who burns with desire for action but does not know what to do is a common type in our society. He wants to act for the sake of justice, peace, progress, but does not know how, and if propaganda can show him this how, it has won the game. Man will also be helped in this progression by example, by similar action all around him, brought to his attention through the intermediary of propaganda. But one element overlooked in this pattern is essential. The element of the mass, the crowd, the group. Man subjected to propaganda would never act if he were alone. Therefore, if propaganda is to lead to action, it must have a collective influence composed of two main factors. First, propaganda creates a strong integration of the group and activates its preoccupations. The mass media provide a strong feeling of community, and in our society, the individual communicates with the group only through them. When the group acquires a certain uniformity, it inevitably experiences the need for proceeding to action. At the same time, the media place the group in relation to the present, the actuality made aggressive and fertile, and a group that is psychologically unanimous and finds itself face to face with such planned actuality feels concerned to the highest degree. It does not merely have an opinion regarding that actuality, it must act in it, for it has no other frame of reference. The other aspect of the progression to action is the great power that propaganda gives to opinion. Public opinion, projected outside itself, hears itself on the screen and the airwaves invested with power and grandeur, and learns to believe in itself, certain now that it is truth. One can then say without exaggeration that propaganda replaces the leader of the group. In a group without a leader, but subjected to propaganda, the sociological and psychological effects are the same as if there were a leader. The portraits of Hitler, Stalin, Mao, Roosevelt play an abstract but sufficient role for the effects expected from the leader's presence are obtained instead by propaganda. The partitioning of groups. All propaganda has to set off its group from all the other groups. Here we find again the fallacious character of the intellectual communication media, which, far from uniting people, divide them all the more. Everybody is susceptible to the propaganda of his group. He listens to it and is satisfied with it, but those who belong to another milieu ignore it. The communist press is read by communist voters, the Protestant press by Protestants. Those who read the press of their group are constantly reinforced in their allegiance, learning that their group is right. At the same time, such propaganda contains elements of criticism of other groups, which will never be read by a member of another group. The anti-communist will be constantly more convinced of the evilness of the communist, and vice versa. As a result, people ignore each other more and cease to be open to an exchange of arguments and points of view. This double foray on the part of propaganda produces an increasingly stringent partitioning of our society on the level of unions, religions, parties, classes, nations, and blocks of nations. The basic law: the more propaganda there is, the more partitioning there is, for propaganda suppresses conversation. The man opposite is no longer an interlocutor, but an enemy. We see before our eyes how a world of closed minds establishes itself, in which everybody talks to himself and nobody listens. Although propaganda partitions society, it affects opinion and transcends the groups in which it operates. Communist propaganda that will not affect militant socialists might affect Protestants, and American propaganda that will not affect a Frenchman in his capacity as a Frenchman might influence him with regard to capitalism. Only a superior group can affect other groups. That is why, with respect to the two current power blocks, East and West, where neither side is superior, propaganda can only have the effect of increasingly separating them. This duality of propaganda is explained by partitioning. In the USSR, the press for the masses must tell of the grandeur of the regime, while violently critical propaganda addressed to technicians in specialized periodicals aims at showing the party's vigilance. And because one knows that the doctor will not read the magazine on city planning, one can make contradictory assertions in any and all of them, further increasing separation. No means of communication remains. Effects on political parties. What happens when a political party starts to make systematic propaganda, mobilizing public opinion in a permanent fashion? A party that makes propaganda must, first of all, have the means to express it strongly. It must present itself as a community in which everybody has a set function, with its members rigorously organized and strictly obedient, proceeding with the help of sections and cells. In addition, propaganda demands vertical liaison among the party's organizations, which permits homogeneity of propaganda and speed of application. Conversely, any horizontal liaison would be disastrous, for the partitioning by propaganda must correspond to a partitioning within the party. More important still is a system of executive cadres. This produces a schism between the cadres and the voters, corresponding precisely to the separation into subjects and objects. The agent makes the decisions, while the mass of voters are objects, manipulated and worked upon, with no personal importance. Propaganda accentuates this separation even as it tends to personalize power within the party. The inclination of the masses to admire personal power can only be followed and exploited, and any party that avoids this personalization loses a probably decisive card. In modern parties, the second power is likely to consist of the core of propagandists. With regard to the relative effects on the interplay of parties, the decisive element is the high cost of propaganda. The situation is unstable, and if one party resorts to big propaganda action while the others cannot regroup or put into operation the necessary apparatus, we see such a party rise like a rocket, as Hitler's party did in Germany in 1932, where the opposition parties may find a reply through a regrouping of forces, or a party almost as powerful may start big propaganda before it is. pushed to the wall, in which case one would necessarily have, for financial reasons, a democracy reduced to two parties, it being inconceivable that a larger number of parties would have sufficient means. Not just the mere organization of a new party is becoming increasingly difficult. So, is the expression of a new political idea. Ideas no longer exist except through the media of information, and when these are in the hands of the existing parties, no truly revolutionary or new doctrine has any chance of expressing itself, of existing. Yet innovation was one of the principal characteristics of democracy, and it tends to disappear. Finally, parties are forced to look for aid either to capitalists, and thus indenture themselves to a financial oligarchy, or to the government, and in the second case the state comes close to appropriating the instruments. This leads to the hypothesis of a state that ceases to be neutral in the ideological domain. The state's propaganda is imposed on all parties, and the state increasingly denies the use of the mass media to the opposition parties. But the state can work on public opinion only through the intermediary of a party. The party's fundamental role is to make propaganda for the government. Propaganda very clearly gives direction to the life of political parties, imposes certain forms and rules on them, and ends up by deciding their life or death until the regime expands to the point at which propaganda and party are totally fused. Effects on the world of labor. We now come face to face with one of the modern world's most crucial problems, the world of labor. Socialism has claimed that the workers' condition was the fruit of capitalism and of the exploitation of workers by finance capital. This does to some extent explain the depressed condition of the worker and the class struggle, but it is not the major factor. Labor conditions result from the relation between man and machine, and urbanization, massification, streamlining, mechanization are much more responsible for them than the fact that the means of production are privately owned. In socialist countries, the worker still is subordinate to the machine, is engulfed in the mass, and is prey to the problems connected with mechanical work. The problem of profits has not been solved. The profit is made by the state and not by private individuals, and the worker in no way participates fundamentally in the life of his factory. Collective ownership of the means of production is pure fiction. Nevertheless, the attitude of the workers is different in communist countries. The working class has given its support to the regimes. The workers put their hearts in their work, and they have not been integrated by force. What has changed, first of all, is the social climate. The worker is no longer excluded from society. The feeling of being excluded is felt very strongly by the worker in a capitalist society, where he is a pariah. But in socialist society, the worker is at the center of a world that is being built in an honored position, convinced of his importance, filled with the hope that the coming world will be a just world in which the worker will occupy first place. Every piece of work has a purpose: to build socialist society. The changes that have taken place in labor situation are not actual changes, but only those of a different perspective, conception of life, conviction, and hope. Socialism's only genuine innovation, but an effective one. The workers work more and better and accept strict discipline with conviction. One must recognize that no solution exists for the concrete problems of the working class, but there is a psychological solution. The modification attained by socialist psychology can be attained by other means, other forms of integration, other convictions, other hopes. From a moment one knows that socialism has only psychological answers, one is forced to state that what is involved here is a simple matter of propaganda. The working class, fooled by the bourgeoisie, is fooled by communism in other ways, and the point, as in all propaganda, is to make man endure, with the help of psychological narcotics, what he could not endure naturally. For such integration propaganda of the labor class to succeed, several conditions must obtain. The material conditions of labor must improve, for I have constantly stressed the link between propaganda and true reforms. A certain development of technical education and information is needed. The more the worker becomes a technician, the more he becomes a conformist, and some unity of psychological action is needed. But such propaganda, by itself, transforms the unions. Union propaganda cannot help using the great media of modern propaganda, the newspaper and the poster, which presumes a certain intellectual agility and money. When the union hits upon a successful propaganda, it reaches public opinion, and union membership grows. But the more the union grows, the less revolutionary, the less militant it becomes, and a gap opens between its members and its general staff. The government will eventually be affected and tend to legitimize the labor action. The union then adapts itself to its lawful status, becomes a constituent member of society, and its opposition becomes purely apparent and fictitious. Whether it becomes part of capitalist society, as in the United States, or of socialist society, as in the USSR, matters not in the least. The results are identical. Effects on the churches. Church members are caught in the net of propaganda and react much like everyone else. An almost complete dissociation takes place between their Christianity and their behavior, which is dictated by various appurtenances, particularly by propaganda. Because Christians are flooded with various propagandas, they cannot see what they might do that would be effective and at the same time an expression of their Christianity. They limit themselves to courses presented to them by propaganda, and this removes all weight from their belief. At the same time, propaganda makes the propagation of Christianity increasingly difficult, and on the social plane it faces the church with a dilemma, either not to make propaganda, but then, while the churches slowly win a man to Christianity, the mass media quickly mobilize the masses, and churchmen gain the impression of being out of step, or to make propaganda. And it seems that people manipulated by propaganda become increasingly impervious to spiritual realities. What happens if the church gives in and resorts to propaganda? Christians often claim they can separate material devices from propaganda techniques, use press and radio without using the psychological principles that these media demand. The only answer one can give these timid souls is that such restraint would lead to a total lack of effectiveness. Propaganda is a total system that one must accept or reject in its entirety. If the church accepts it, two important consequences follow. First of all, Christianity disseminated by such means is not Christianity. Every time a church tried to act through the propaganda devices accepted by an epoch, the truth and authenticity of Christianity were debased. Christianity becomes institutionalized in all its expressions, adjusted to the milieu, reduced to nothing more than an ideology. The church will be able to move the masses and convert thousands of people, but the ideology it propagates will no longer be Christianity. The other consequence affects the church itself. When it uses propaganda, the church succeeds, reaches the masses, influences collective opinions, but in doing that it becomes a false church, acquires power and influence that are of this world, and from the moment it uses propaganda successfully, it becomes a purely sociological organization that has chosen power above truth. When the church uses propaganda, it always tries to justify itself. It says that it puts these efficient media in the service of Jesus Christ. But this means nothing, for the media that possess in themselves all their effectiveness cannot be put in the service of Jesus Christ. They obey their own rules. And one tries to escape the trap by saying that the church can use such an instrument so long as it does not put its confidence in it. But if one really does not believe in these instruments, why use them? To deny this is hypocrisy. Propaganda is one of the most powerful factors of dechristianization. Through its psychological modifications, through the reduction of Christianity to the level of an ideology, through the never-ending temptation held out to the church. Democracies need a propaganda. On one fact there can be no debate: the need of democracy in its present situation to make propaganda. Historically, from a moment a democratic regime establishes itself, propaganda establishes itself alongside it under various forms. This is inevitable, as democracy depends on public opinion and competition between political parties. It is a remarkable fact that modern propaganda should have begun in the democratic states. During World War I, the French, English, and American democracies launched big propaganda, and the Leninist movement, undeniably democratic at the start, developed and perfected all propaganda methods. This statement should make us think about the relationship between democracy and propaganda. For it is evident that a conflict exists between the principles of democracy, particularly its concept of the individual, and the processes of propaganda. The notion of rational man, capable of choosing freely between good and evil, seems opposed to the secret influences, the mobilizations of myths, so characteristic of propaganda. But this development can be understood if we look not at the level of principles, but at that of actual situations. Another circumstance imprisons democracy in the ways of propaganda. The persistence of some traits of the democratic ideology, the conviction of the invincible force of truth, tied to the notion of progress. Democracies have been fed on the notion that truth will triumph in the end. But this conviction collides with the fact that propaganda follows an entirely different mechanism, and that nowadays facts do not assume reality in the people's eyes unless they are established by propaganda. Propaganda, in fact, creates truth in the sense that it creates in men all the signs and indications of true believers. Truth is powerless without propaganda, and in view of the challenge the democracies face, it is of supreme importance that they abandon their confidence in truth as such and assimilate themselves to the methods of propaganda. Unless they do so, the democratic nations will lose the war conducted in this area. Democratic propaganda. Convinced of a necessity for using the means of propaganda, students of the question have found themselves facing the following problem. Can propaganda be made by democracies? Let us quickly dismiss the idea that a simple difference of content would mean a difference in character. From the moment that propaganda is used to promulgate democratic ideas, it is a terribly idealistic position, which neglects the primacy of means over ends. And one may say, and this is a matter worthy of reflection, that democracy itself is not a good propaganda object. Practically all propaganda efforts to promulgate democracy have failed. The majority of serious students retain the conviction that one can set up a propaganda system that expresses the democratic character and does not alter the working of democracy. The double demand one must make a propaganda in a democratic regime. It is argued that the first condition would be met by the absence of a monopoly of the means of propaganda and the free interplay of various propagandas. True, one finds a great diversity of press and radio in democratic countries. But although there is no legal monopoly, there is nevertheless a private monopoly. The concentration of newspaper chains, the monopolization of news agencies, and in the field of radio and motion pictures, the trend is in the direction of a very few powerful companies controlling all the media. Some will say, freedom of expression is democracy. But the freedom of expression of one or two powerful companies that express not the thoughts of the individual, but of capitalist interests does not correspond to what was called freedom of expression a century ago. And the science of propaganda gives to these instruments a shock effect that the non-initiated cannot equal. The individual is no longer a participant in the battle for the free expression of ideas. He is the stake. Matters are even more serious in time of war. Everybody agrees that all propaganda not in the national interest must be prohibited, and from that fact grows a unified propaganda. But the Cold War is no longer an exceptional state analogous to hot war. It is becoming permanent, and one of the reasons is propaganda itself. For propaganda directed at territories outside one's borders is a weapon of war. There is no simple use of propaganda, and the democracies are caught in a vicious circle from which they seem unable to escape. The other principal aspect of democratic propaganda is that it is subject to certain values. It is an instrument not of passion, but of reason, must be essentially truthful, and it is undeniable that American information and propaganda are truthful. Nevertheless, the democratic propagandist retains a respect for the human being which limits his propaganda. It is not total, looks at both sides of the coin, and the democratic propagandist will often have a bad conscience about using it. But I must now render a very serious judgment on such activity. All that I have described adds up to ineffectual propaganda. Precisely to the extent that the propagandist retains his respect for the individual, he denies himself the very penetration that is the ultimate aim of all propaganda, that of provoking action without prior thought. By respecting nuances, he neglects the major law of propaganda, that every assertion must be trenchant and total. There is therefore no democratic propaganda. Propaganda made by the democracies is ineffective, paralyzed, mediocre. But in view of the challenge we face, it is imperative that ours be effective, and one must expect that the democracies will abandon their precautions and throw themselves wholeheartedly into effective propaganda action. But such action will no longer have a special democratic character. We must not retain the illusion that propaganda is a neutral instrument that one can use without being affected. It is comparable to radium, and what happens to the radiologists is well known. Effects of international propaganda. In the domain of external politics, we must distinguish the effects that propaganda has on the democracy that conducts it. Straight information addressed to a foreign country is entirely useless. Other than in exceptional cases, people believe their own government over a foreign government. Propaganda can penetrate the consciousness of the masses of a foreign country only through the myth. It cannot operate with simple arguments, but must create an image to act as a motive force. But then democracy takes a path that needs watching. It begins to play a game that drives man from the conscious and rational into the arms of irrational and obscure forces, and the mythical democratic propaganda in no way prepares its listeners for democracy. It strengthens their totalitarian tendencies. Above all, we must ask ourselves what myth the democracy should use. They have used the myths of peace, of freedom, of justice, all now used, and all the more unacceptable because everybody uses these words, and the myth used by propaganda must be specific. Contrary to what one may think, the myth of democracy is far from exhausted. The fact that communist authoritarian regimes also have chosen democracy as the springboard propaganda proves its propagandistic value. But one must then consider the consequences. Any operation that transforms democracy into a myth transforms the democratic ideal. Democracy was not meant to be a myth. It is expression of opinions, and there's a fundamental difference between regimes based on opinion and regimes based on belief. To make a myth of democracy is to present the opposite of democracy. Moreover, such external propaganda is made by a government supported by a majority. The minority will tend to be against it merely because it comes from the government, and the government, if it wants its propaganda to be effective abroad, will be forced to reduce the possibility of the minorities expressing itself, to interfere with one of democracy's essential characteristics. And for the myth to have real weight, it must rest on popular belief. The myth is contagious because beliefs are contagious, and the more it appears to be the expression of the belief of the entire nation, the more effective it will be. It thus presumes unanimity embodied in a personality. We have seen how all propaganda develops the cult of personality, and there can be no propaganda without a personality. This need for unanimity is accepted by some students of the problem, who claim that it indicates the transition to a massive and progressive democracy, a democracy of allegiance. And one of the authors gives as an example the Nuremberg Party Congress. What a strange example of democracy. We must ask ourselves whether such a society is still democratic. When we hear of a massive democracy with grandiose ceremonies in which the people participate at the prompting of the state, anyone who does not participate excludes himself from the national community. There can no longer be any respect for the minority opposition. If the people do not believe in the myth, it cannot serve to combat totalitarian propaganda. But if they do believe in it, they are victims of a myth which, though democratic on the surface, has all the traits of all other myths. Are there not changes in the mores of the United States when everything is called un-American that is not strict conformism? Democracy is not just a form of political organization or an ideology. It is a certain view of life and a form of behavior composed of tolerance, respect, degree, choice, diversity, and all propaganda that acts on behavior and transforms it in depth turns man into someone who can no longer support democracy because he no longer follows democratic behavior. Effects of internal propaganda. Propaganda has also become a necessity for the internal life of a democracy. Nowadays, the state is forced to define an official truth, a change of extreme seriousness. Even when the state is not motivated to do this for reasons of action or prestige, it is led to it when fulfilling its function of disseminating information. The public will accept news only if it is arranged in a comprehensible system, speaking to the heart as well as the intelligence. The public wants propaganda, and if the state does not wish to leave it to a party, it must itself make propaganda. Thus, the democratic state becomes a propaganda state because of the need to dispense information. It must proclaim an official, general, and explicit truth, and it can no longer tolerate competition, because a state that assumes this function no longer has the right to err. This state-proclaimed truth must be all-embracing, and to describe it we must go back to an ancient primitive notion, the ideological myth. The creation of the ideological myth leads to an obligation on the part of democracy to become religious. When one speaks to us of massive democracy and democratic participation, these are only veiled terms that mean religion. Participation and unanimity have always been characteristics of religious societies, and only of religious societies. And thus we return by another route to the problem of intolerance and the suppression of minorities. On the other hand, democracy is more and more conceived as a simple external political structure rather than as a complete concept of society, of behavior of man. Certain qualities on the part of the citizens are needed if democracy is to exist, and the government must maintain this way of life, without which democracy would no longer be possible. It thus becomes understandable that American prisoners repatriated from Korea were put in quarantine and subjected to mental treatment to detoxicate them of communism. They had to be given an American brainwashing to make them fit to live according to the American way of life, and that democracy wants to control the mental state of those who serve it, according to the notion of the security risk. I want to touch upon one other fact. An aristocratic category of men arises which has no common bond with democracy. The propagandist is a member of an aristocracy of technicians that establishes itself above the institutions of a democracy. The employment of propaganda leads him to cynicism, disbelief in values, and contempt for the propagandee and the elected representatives. For he knows how public opinion is fashioned and is privy to all state secrets. Every democracy that launches propaganda creates in and by such propaganda its own enemy, an aristocracy that may destroy it. We are now reaching the most important problem. The individual subjected to an intense and continuous propaganda suffers the most profound psychological influences, and the existence of two contradictory propagandas is no solution at all. Man modified in this fashion demands simple solutions, certainties, continuity, commitment, a clear division of the world into good and evil. He cannot bear ambiguity, and he will escape either into passivity or into total and unthinking support of one of the two sides. These two reactions are completely anti-democratic, but they're the consequence of some democratic types of propaganda. Here is the hub of the problem. Propaganda ruins not only democratic ideas, but also democratic behavior, the foundation of democracy. The question is not to reject propaganda in the name of freedom of public opinion, but in the name of a very profound reality. The possibility of choice and differentiation, the fundamental characteristic of the individual in the democratic society. Whatever the doctrine promulgated by propaganda, its psychosociological results are the same. What gives propaganda its destructive character is not the singleness of some propagated doctrine. It is the instrument of propaganda itself. With the help of propaganda, one can disseminate democratic ideas as a credo and lead citizens to the voting booth. But if democracy corresponds to a certain type of human being, then propaganda destroys the point of departure of the life of a democracy. It creates a man who is suited to a totalitarian society, who rejects critical judgments, choices, and differentiations. The only difference between him and a Nazi is that he is a totalitarian man with democratic convictions, but those convictions do not change his behavior in the least. So far as I am concerned, I would much prefer to be able to assert that man is invulnerable and that propaganda could do nothing to him. Unfortunately, the experiences of the last half-century are not encouraging, and the belief in propaganda's harmlessness is ultimately detrimental to man, for it diminishes his will to resist. The only truly serious attitude is to show people the extreme effectiveness of the weapon used against them, to rouse them to defend themselves by making them aware of their frailty, instead of soothing them with the worst illusion, that of a security that neither man's nature nor the techniques of propaganda permit him to possess. It is merely convenient to realize that the side of freedom and truth has not yet lost, but that it may well lose, and that in this game, propaganda is undoubtedly the most formidable power, acting in only one direction, toward the destruction of truth and freedom, no matter what the good intentions may be of those who manipulate it. Orthopraxy, the aim of modern propaganda. Provoke action, not modify ideas, replacing the adherence of the mind with the mobilization of the whole man into an organization. The autonomy of propaganda before ideology. Propaganda no longer propagates an ideology, but uses it as an interchangeable cog, stimulating it, mythologizing it, or mobilizing it for justification, and in either case devaluing and destroying it. Crystallization of public opinion. The transformation of raw, latent opinion into explicit, organized, rigid opinion through propaganda. The skeleton, the unification, the imperviousness to facts. The progression from opinion to action. The great feat of propaganda, carried out through group integration, the actuality of news, and the substitution of propaganda for the leader. Partitioning, the double foray of propaganda that proves the excellence of one's own group and the evilness of the others, suppressing conversation and producing a world of closed minds. The aristocratic core of propagandists. The technicians whose position of fundamental direction and contempt for opinion make them an aristocracy that democracy creates and by which it may be destroyed. The totalitarian man with democratic convictions, the product of democratic propaganda, a man whose behavior is suited to a totalitarian society even while he repeats the sacred formulas of democracy. Quote, propaganda is no longer the servant of ideology. It is a method of action without any relation to a doctrine. The means have taken precedence over the ends. Quote, to make a myth of democracy is to present the opposite of democracy. There is a fundamental difference between regimes based on opinion and regimes based on belief. Quote, with the help of propaganda, one can do almost anything, but certainly not create the behavior of a free man or, to a lesser degree, a democratic man. The only difference between him and a Nazi is that he is a totalitarian man with democratic convictions. Appendix 1. Effectiveness of propaganda. The difficulties of measuring effectiveness. Approaching the problem of gauging propaganda results, we must carefully distinguish between effectiveness and involuntary effects. On the one hand, the propagandist aims at certain objectives to modify the content of an opinion, change majority views, or destroy the morale of an enemy. And with regard to such aims, we can speak of effectiveness. Either the propagandist attains his objective or he does not. But other effects are much deeper and more important, even though not willed. We have tried to analyze these in chapters 4 and V. In this appendix, we limit ourselves to examining direct effectiveness. As soon as we pose the problem, we run up against the question of effects and their measurement. For, in line with contemporary scientific prejudices, only what can be expressed in figures is certain. Let us begin by stating that propaganda sets itself a great diversity of objectives, frequently difficult to distinguish. The propagandist may seek to sustain the morale of his troops, to excite them, to get them to sacrifice their lives. He may aim at neutralizing an enemy. He may aim at some external, formal, and temporary adherence, as in an election campaign. At this point, we generally encounter the traditional argument that because 2 or 3 conflicting propagandas cancel each other out, the voter is free to make his own choice. But one cannot reach decisive conclusions about propaganda effectiveness from the success or failure of an election campaign, which is the simplest, most imperfect form of modern propaganda. The objective is insufficient, the methods incomplete, the duration brief, pre-propaganda is absent, and the campaign propagandist never has all the media at his disposal. The one case in which the measurement of effects is comparatively easy, the shift of votes, is also by far the least significant. Given the diversity of effects sought by the propagandist, one can draw absolutely no conclusions about the effectiveness of his propaganda with regard to any of his objectives. A campaign that failed to push a group toward a proposed action may nevertheless have broken up an adversary's microgroups or galvanized the militants, and those are equally important results. Moreover, It is absolutely impossible to transfer findings from one domain to another. Getting a man to adhere to a political movement and getting him to buy a car are not the same problem. Even on the simplest level, one cannot determine how many people are being reached by a propaganda campaign. Laswell's effort to determine how many persons were reached by communist propaganda in Chicago, despite a very complicated method, produced completely unreliable results. And if we do not know how many people are subjected to propaganda, we certainly cannot estimate its quantitative effect. When we leave this most elementary sphere, we encounter even greater difficulties from 4 points of view. Propaganda tends to affect people in depth, and not just with respect to circumscribed actions. How can we measure an entire situation, particularly if the effects are latent? There is the delay between the moment the propagandist acts and the moment certain effects begin to show. Dubh maintains that we see here a period of indetermination, and the student must answer the question: at what point can one say that propaganda has failed? There is the problem of the payoff. Propaganda becomes increasingly expensive, and the question of returns demands an answer. And there's the propagandist's need to predict effects beforehand, for propaganda consists of holding the masses in hand. And when we find on the basis of past effects that some propaganda is failing, that means that it has already failed. The masses, failing to respond, have escaped, and propaganda can no longer recapture them. The difficulty of evaluating effects is increased by the social interactions in which propaganda unfolds, which make it impossible to isolate a single propaganda effect in its pure state. It is impossible to dissociate propaganda effects from other factors, for propaganda is not an isolated phenomenon with clearly delineated boundaries. It is completely integrated and immersed in a social entity, and to try to dissociate it would be to strip it of its true nature. Finally, it is practically impossible to study propaganda effects exactly where they are made. One cannot make public opinion surveys or psychological observations during a psychological war, which all propaganda is. It was completely impossible to research propaganda effectiveness in fascist and Nazi societies. And the researcher is forced to limit himself to analyses in situations in which there is no real propaganda, or to tests, which we shall now examine. The inadequacy of methods. In the face of total propaganda, tests are useless. The reality can never be duplicated. You cannot stop a man in the heat of a meeting to ask him what he thinks. You cannot measure the effects of a film because you cannot dissociate it from current newspaper articles on the same subject. And in a country steeped in propaganda, you cannot take a group of supporters and measure the effects on other groups of their bearing witness, for both groups already are shaped by earlier propaganda. One method frequently used by American researchers: students are divided into groups. One designated a control group. The nature of their opinion on some specific question was established. Then the groups were subjected to carefully prepared psychological manipulations via pamphlets, films, conferences. After the period of propaganda, an evaluation of opinion changes was attempted twice, once immediately, once after some time, to establish the persistence of the modifications. The conclusion was generally that such propaganda had very little effect. I claim that such results mean nothing because the method is totally inadequate. The question under experimentation is the experimenter's choice, not a burning question of immediate concern, and propaganda can only work in the face of profound immediacy. Such propaganda efforts always employ very modest means, with no real orchestration, and of short and inadequate duration. We cannot expect to eradicate a race prejudice after a few days of propaganda. And such experiments take place in a vacuum, in that the individuals are cut off from their normal milieu. The conditions of the laboratory are the very opposite of propaganda, for there is no crowd effect, no psychological tension, no participation in a general action, no tie to any organization, and no call for action. These experiments are at best attempts at partial influence, and it is completely useless to draw conclusions from them about the efficacy of real propaganda. On the other hand, attempts at analyzing public opinion have been made, dealing with real situations. The systematic analysis of mail received by a newspaper, surveys in theaters in connection with propaganda films, the analysis of keywords before and after a campaign, but opinion surveys rest on two debatable presuppositions. First, that propaganda's principal aim is to modify public opinion, which is not accurate, for there can be profound propaganda effects that do not manifest themselves by changes of public opinion. And second, that surveys reveal the composition of public opinion, and that this is the only thing that counts. But another equally important element needs to be studied: the intensity of opinion, which cannot be established by opinion analysis. Propaganda operates increasingly on the qualitative level, in the domain of intensities. A propaganda that had not changed a single vote, but had pushed a revolutionary group to white heat, would have succeeded without an opinion analysis being able to register it. Surveys are also useless in totalitarian systems, cannot gauge the effects of terror propaganda, and cannot be used on minorities that feel oppressed. Finally, there are the analyses of individual cases made after World War II. Studies of German soldiers who surrendered in 1945, of captured elite troops, of refugees from the USSR, most of which had negative results, showing that propaganda had had no decisive effect. But I feel that all these studies suffered from inadequate methods. What credibility can be accorded to statements by men who are prisoners, vanquished, accused, in the presence of their masters, their eventual judges? The prisoners necessarily lived in a universe of combat and lies, whereas the researchers placed themselves in a liberal, unconstrained universe. This misunderstanding vitiated all the findings. Moreover, the most serious fault of all these investigations is that they preserve the old notion that the effect of propaganda manifests itself in clear, conscious opinions. But there is dissociation between opinion and action, and what matters to the propagandist is to have a good soldier, a devoted militant, a pogromist, to declare that 50% of German prisoners were indifferent to Nazism because of their negative responses to trick questions is to bypass the problem. What is important to know is what they did. Similarly, the inquiries of American soldiers, which concluded that less than 20% could name the war aims, show a negligent understanding of the aim of propaganda, which was to obtain courageous and efficient soldiers, and not necessarily those inspired by a moral ideal. It must be concluded that this entire research method cannot measure propaganda effectiveness. To sum up this analysis of the inadequacy of the various methods, most sociologists consider the mathematical method the most exact and efficient. But this method seems to me not just debatable, but wrong. Quantification presumes the removal of the fact from its context, the reduction of the phenomenon to its simplest state, and the consideration of external phenomena only. And because the results are expressed in figures, it is claimed that such methods produce the truth itself, and that the rest is literature. But it is precisely the rest that is most important. What is particularly serious is that the socio-psychologists who use these methods are quick to claim that what cannot be reached by their methods does not exist, and the results attained never go beyond what is already obvious. To prove with figures, after long statistical inquiries, that women are more receptive to emotional propaganda than men is hardly an astounding revelation. Furthermore, these so-called scientific methods are extremely partial. Most American studies conclude that Nazi propaganda did not have a profound effect on the Germans, and that American propaganda had certain tactical effects. But Goebbels had some thorough studies made that invalidate the first claims. And the psychologists who hold that propaganda had little effect are humanists who believe in the resolute character of human nature and the permanence of personality, or convinced Democrats, who believe the citizen must retain autonomy of will. It is completely acceptable to have such a view of man, a metaphysical view, but people should not claim to have reached such conclusions by scientific analysis and statistics. Propaganda's effectiveness can be established only by observation of general phenomena, by the best possible use of our general knowledge of man and his environment, by a mixture of judgments of approximation, which yields certain probabilities and, above all, precludes the massive errors into which the exact methods lead us. The ineffectiveness of propaganda. We will look at 4 problems connected with propaganda's ineffectiveness. On the basis of general considerations about the psychic life of the individual, many psychologists reach the conclusion that propaganda is ineffective. The first example concerns the stability of stereotypes. Most observers think it practically impossible to change stereotypes by psychological manipulation. I agree quite readily, but it cannot be denied that certain stereotypes are the result of propaganda, and they acquire the same stability and force as others. The stereotypes of the communist ideal, proletarian messianism, and the identification of the USSR with peace and revolution, produced by propaganda, have easily withstood the impact of such shocking facts as the Nazi-Soviet pact and the Hungarian massacre. Massive facts do shake opinion for a brief time, but after a few weeks the fact is relegated to the past. How can one, then, conclude from the existence of stereotypes that propaganda is ineffective? I have shown that propaganda is principally interested in shaping action and behavior, and with little thought. Its comparative inability to modify stereotypes does not permit the conclusion that it is ineffective so long as it is able to obtain irrational acts. The second example concerns pre-existing attitudes. Propaganda must base itself on existing tendencies to have the greatest effect, and if it goes against ingrained attitudes, it cannot have any effect. Dubh goes further. Any response to the stimulus of propaganda depends entirely on the past experiences of the individual, who limits himself to evoking a response he has already learned. This view has been criticized with good arguments by Miyato. How could Goebbels' propaganda keep the Germans in line and fighting to the last minute against all evidence? How can one explain the famous undecided, who make their decisions not in consonance with pre-existing tendencies, but according to where they are being pushed by propaganda? Inside a society in a state of disintegration, with considerable nervous tension, propaganda does not need to move in traditional patterns. And how can one explain the violent twists and turns of propaganda, which the people follow even though attitudes have not had time to follow suit? Obviously, a pre-existing attitude exists in the face of one propaganda act. But does anyone believe that pre-established attitudes will resist a real propaganda that surrounds the individual without pause from morning to night, from childhood to old age? Under such conditions, pre-existing attitudes will fade quickly. All that needs to be preserved of this theory is that propaganda must always use existing tendencies, but pre-existing attitudes are only a temporary factor of secondary importance. Third, some have claimed to find proof of the ineffectiveness of propaganda in the fact that it generally leads to indifference. The individual caught between two propagandas is said to have no reason to decide, and the propagandas cancel each other out. And in totalitarian countries, it is said the individual knows that he is being lied to and no longer listens. But these examples are not very convincing. We have studied the phenomenon of indifference in the case of unilateral propaganda and found that it is not a failure, but a success of propaganda. Those who assert the independence of the listener faced with opposing publicity are always intellectuals who look at the phenomenon from a distance. And we must remember how difficult it is to gauge the effectiveness and intensity of a propaganda. The Communist Party in France between 1921 and 1936 made progress mainly as a result of election propaganda. The example of the American public's not being interested in civic programs on the radio proves nothing. Such programs are information, and information that is perfectly honest but ineffective is the great weakness of information vis-a-vis propaganda, which, not claiming to be educational, hurls people into burning actuality. Finally, many refer to great historic examples. American sociologists acknowledge that American propaganda failed when it tried to make the Germans resist their government in 1943-5, and that morale did not disintegrate. Ergo, propaganda was not effective. But one should perhaps look at the other side of the problem and examine what caused the high German morale. There could be no doubt that it was the result of Nazi education, of propaganda, which had begun 15 years earlier and had had time to take effect. American propaganda, which began to penetrate only in 1943, had no time, and the general morale, resting on propaganda, led to the German resistance. The example of Hungary. From a moment of the Hungarian Revolution, it was said that communist propaganda had failed, but it was discovered that these revolutionaries were almost all communists, or at least socialists. Within 10 years, a population with a small communist minority of 8% was turned into an almost entirely communist nation. The opponents of the regime who fled were also communists who, even beyond the reach of the police state, continue to say so. This means that not just anything can be attained through propaganda, and that only surface propaganda had failed, whereas fundamental propaganda had succeeded. As for Algeria, where psychological action directed at the Arabs generally failed, propaganda was quite effective with regard to the French groups. Young soldiers changed their attitude after a few months, and the failure toward the Arabs must be attributed mainly to the extreme mediocrity of the methods employed and the complete absence of both a usable ideology and subjects that could cause excitement. All that can be concluded from this failure is that propaganda cannot be improvised or made in just any fashion. The effectiveness of propaganda. It is impossible, in my view, to establish precise measurements of the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of propaganda. In honesty, one can judge it only in conjunction with very broad facts and very general ideas. I shall give some criteria of judgment, often very banal, which permit the conclusion that propaganda is indeed effective. First, some very general reasons deserve consideration. All politicians and all big businessmen today agree that psychological action, propaganda, and public relations are indispensable and definitely produce results. Could one say that these realistic men, motivated entirely by the desire for efficacy or profit, are victims of an illusion? All those who have lived in a strongly propagandized environment and have been subjected to the effects of propaganda are agreed that propaganda is effective. Those who deny it live in countries that are still liberal, and they do so to the same degree that they fail to see the true propaganda practiced on them. Many American sociopsychologists deny the effectiveness of propaganda, but admit that of public relations and human relations, for these are precisely the form propaganda takes in the United States. We must now turn to very general and broad facts that are open to various interpretations. How can the following developments be explained without an admission that opinion and behavior changes took place as a result of the use of mass media? First, the attainment of consciousness on the part of the labor class between 1848 and 1917. Marx is perfectly right when he says that the actual condition of the proletariat is nothing unless the proletariat is aware of that condition, and that such awareness cannot occur spontaneously. It is the fruit of what the workers are told by certain intellectuals, of an education in reality, of a propaganda, which by closely mixing action, education, and mass meetings has led the working class to where it is now. Second, the spread of the socialist mentality in France between 1900 and 1950, which no longer even recognizes as socialist what were considered to be purely socialist demands 50 years ago, a slow penetration by propaganda. Third, the revolutions of 1917 and 1933 are the results of propaganda, in the very words of those who made them. Lenin and Trotsky, Hitler and Goebbels said time and again that the success of their revolutions was the result of propaganda. Fourth, the spread of communism in the people's democracies in China. Fifth, the explosions of nationalism in the Cameroons, Algeria, Indochina, whose peoples had no historical or racial coherence, no common state. The colonial people saw in nationalism the image of their victors, but this reasoning had no force until there was the systematic creation of a national exaltation with regard to a nation that did not exist, done through propaganda. One qualification is essential. I do not mean that these developments were the result of one propaganda alone. Of course, there are pre-existing conditions, an evolution of events, economic phenomena, but these facts by themselves are incapable of producing such massive human movements. What is decisive is the propaganda factor, which sets the developments in motion, coordinates them, makes people conscious of them. Without it, nothing would happen. It really starts the engine, and once the movement is underway, propaganda keeps it going, directs it, and ensures its success. Is it necessary to remind the reader of the phenomenon of advertising? It seems impossible nowadays to deny that it is effective in its own sphere. Every month new products appear for which there is no prior need, but which take their place in the market without much resistance. New needs are created from the day a new product appears, and if the product were presented without advertising, nobody would buy it. And the reappearance and rapid spread of advertising in the USSR, after the communists had abolished it as a capitalist phenomenon, shows plainly that advertising is really effective. Let us now examine another field in which propaganda is effective, in private life, in matters that seem entirely outside its field. If we accept Stetzel's division between the superficial public opinions of an individual and his profound attitudes, we might conclude that propaganda works on the former and not on the latter. Typical examples are the propaganda against alcoholism or for a higher birth rate, which, it is said, does not work because it deals with private matters. But this facile analysis does not correspond to the facts. It can no longer be doubted that propaganda has had a profound effect on births. In Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, and France since 1941, the increase in births resulted from propaganda. And the surprising experience of Japan, where propaganda for a lower birth rate, launched in 1945, dropped the rate from 34.3 per thousand to 17.2 in 1957. A decline of 50% in 10 years, which had never been seen before, shows what propaganda can do even in the most private domain. It follows that the individual is even more susceptible to propaganda on the level of economics or politics, outside his range of personal experience. Finally, to demonstrate the extreme susceptibility of the individual, we must look at rumors and fashion. Every rumor that circulates has a certain effect, and the farther away the source, the more the rumor is believed. And the astonishing case of the Scooby-Doo, which submerged France within a month after an article in a children's magazine, without any commercial interest being involved, is an example of the individual's extreme susceptibility, his capacity to be influenced and propagandized. These reflections lead us to conclude that the effectiveness of propaganda is indeed great and decisive. The limits of propaganda. Propaganda, though effective, obviously does not have unlimited powers. It would be erroneous to conclude that anything at all can be obtained from people. I have already pointed out some limitations. Certain psychological or sociological conditions must pre-exist for the mechanism to work. No psychic changes or reversals of opinion can be produced suddenly. Well-established opinion should not be attacked head-on. But it would be absurd to deny the efficiency of automobiles merely because they cannot travel on the beach. For elements, trace the limits of propaganda's field of action. First, pre-existing attitudes. In the beginning, propaganda cannot move except within the framework of these attitudes, which it can modify only very slowly. Second, the general trends and sociological factors of the society in which it acts. Propaganda cannot reverse fundamental trends. No propaganda against technology, progress, happiness could take anywhere in the world, and no propaganda against socialism could succeed in the USSR. This second limitation is an absolute limit, whereas the first is relative and can be overcome. Third, the necessity for consonance with the facts. A basic fact is always necessary. Propaganda cannot prevail against facts that are too massive and definite. Goebbels changed his propaganda after Stalingrad because it was impossible to transform that debacle into a victory. Fourth time, from 2 points of view. To have any effect, the psychological action must be lasting and continuous. But time also imposes a limitation because of the weak durability of the direct effects. In German public opinion, the Nazi doctrine is now disappearing. All propaganda evaporates progressively when it ceases, though the longer propaganda has been made, the more durable its effects, and the more profound, total, and technically superior it has been, the more it will have. Changeman. 2 new elements must be considered. The first is the foreign country. The conditions for the effectiveness of propaganda analyzed here concern mainly internal propaganda, which is most effective, most dangerous, and least noticed inside a group. Propaganda addressed to the outside is inevitably ineffective to a large extent. The propagandist's psychological ignorance of the attitudes of his target, the spontaneous suspicion of all that comes from the outside, the difficulty of establishing continuity, the impossibility of making. Pre-propaganda. Even when a country is occupied by a foreign power, the latter cannot really make effective propaganda. And it is remarkable that this propaganda to the outside, Psychological warfare, which is the least convincing type of propaganda, should represent the form by which the effectiveness of propaganda, as such, is being judged. The limits of this foreign propaganda apply also when foreigners live in the territory controlled by the propagandist. The great obstacle to psychological action is that it can be fully effective only in the hands of nationals addressing themselves to their fellow citizens. This is the secret of the great force and effectiveness of communist propaganda, which is made not by the Soviet Union directly, but by national communist parties within easy elbow-rubbing distance of those to be seduced. A last limitation must be considered. Despite all technique, a certain inability to foresee the response that the individual is called upon to give remains. As the result of a stimulus, a personality may react with various responses, depending on the entire social context of the individual. A high culture is favorable to propaganda, but makes the propagandists work harder, for it will lead to a wider variety of responses. The man without culture learns responses more slowly, but when the incitation is felt, he will not have a great variety of responses. The problem for the propagandist is to obtain, from among all the responses of which a person is capable, the related response, the specific expected response in harmony with the proposed aim. But this related response can never be obtained automatically if one works on a free public opinion. Too many factors are put into motion to make it possible to predict the results. The situation is different if there has been pre-propaganda. But aside from that case, propaganda can fail when the power of the stimulus is too weak, if the stimulus runs counter to existing opinions, or if the power of other responses is stronger than that of the desired one, and the propagandist's effort aims at the elimination of these individualizing factors. The expected response must be less and less conditioned by natural elements and more by the pre-education provided in. Depth by propaganda. At the moment when the attitudes learned by propaganda begin to prevail over the natural attitudes, they become collective, and the propagandist who has taught them can then calculate more easily what a given stimulus will elicit. Effectiveness and involuntary effects. The distinction between the objectives the propagandist seeks and the deeper, unwilled effects analyzed in chapters 4 and V, which are more important than effectiveness. The inadequacy of tests. Laboratory experiments cannot duplicate the totality of real propaganda. No immediacy, no orchestration, no duration, no crowd, no organization, no call to action, and prove nothing about its efficacy. The ineffectiveness of propaganda. The four pro-ineffectiveness arguments. The stability of stereotypes, pre-existing attitudes, indifference, and historic examples, none of which withstands examination. For propaganda aims at action rather than opinion, and the historic failures, Germany, Hungary, Algeria, turn out on inspection to be successes of fundamental propaganda. The criteria of effectiveness, the broad facts, the labor movement, the spread of socialism, the revolutions of 1917 and 1933, the communization of the people's democracies, the nationalisms of the colonial peoples, which could not have come about without the propaganda factor. The limits of propaganda, pre-existing attitudes, fundamental social trends, consonance with facts, time, the foreign country, and the unforeseeable response. The boundaries within which propaganda, nonetheless, remains decisive. Quote, to prove with figures, after long statistical inquiries, that women are more receptive to emotional propaganda than men is hardly an astounding revelation. Common sense also tells us that man has a certain psychic stability that cannot be altered radically by propaganda. Figures, charts, and ratios add little to that. Quote, those who deny the effectiveness of propaganda live in countries that are still liberal. They do so to the same degree that they fail to see the true propaganda practiced on them. Quote, the great obstacle to psychological action is that it can be fully effective only in the hands of nationals addressing themselves to their fellow citizens. Appendix 2. Mao Zedong's Propaganda. The War. From 1926 to 1949. Mao rigorously applied the principles of Leninist propaganda, adapting them to his circumstances with remarkable precision. The complete absence of mass media, the vast number of people to be reached, and the revolutionary character of the war he led. Because of that situation, the two principles of his propaganda had to be education and organization. By education is meant the modification of the whole human being by giving him a totally new view of the world. By organization is meant that every individual must be put into a network of organizations that surround him on all sides and control him on all levels. The aim being not to stifle the individual, but to make him an active member. In conquered territories, the task was to spread the revolutionary theses via slogans and explanations of the three principles of the people, with political education aimed less at agitation and more at the slow infusion of economic notions based on the desire for land distribution. Education was pushed much harder in the army, whose object was political mobilization. Propaganda had to set into motion the masses, who would themselves realize the catchwords of propaganda, an original idea of Mao's. He who formulates a slogan is not the one to fulfill the promise it contains. The slogan mobilizes the people, who must do the work to attain the objective. In enemy territories, captured soldiers were subjected to a complete transformation of their view of the world, later called brainwashing, and then released, the liberation being itself a propaganda act, and the released soldiers meant to exhibit their new attitudes inside the enemy army. Mao also occupied zones that were later abandoned, leaving behind an ideologically formed population so as to contaminate and turn the enemy army that occupied them. The propagandized people had to be inserted into a system, and Mao's organization contained three elements: the peasant unions, large groupings for psychological organization and polarization, which disseminated and explained slogans; the parallel hierarchy, a clandestine administration built beside the official one, which transformed general ideas acquired through education into action, making propaganda, in every instance, to create a sense of participation. For once this feeling was acquired, all action would provide its own justification, and the army, an armed organization fulfilling the political tasks of the revolution, whose war is a war for propaganda in the midst of the masses, shaping soldiers into propagandists living symbiotically with the civilians. Such propaganda requires a strictly popular army. The army must function among the people like a fish in water, recruited from the population, sharing its interests, serving the public. Where these conditions are absent, no propaganda instrument can be made of the army, which account for the failure to adopt Mao's methods in Algeria. Since 1949, after victory, the principles remained unchanged, but were applied differently. In his 1957 report, Mao said, "One cannot force a people to renounce idealism. One must act through the democratic methods of discussion, criticism, persuasion, and appropriate education. But we must remember the method of the 100 Flowers, a period of apparent liberalism in which criticism was encouraged until the wave of repression hit the opponents who had spoken out, arrests, and above all political re-education. For even a propaganda centered on education cannot do without terror." The objective of Mao's propaganda is double: to integrate individuals into the new body politic as deeply as possible while detaching them from the old groups, the family, the village, which must be disintegrated through action from within, and to make them work beyond their strength for economic development. For the leaps forward rest exclusively on propaganda. There have been three innovations in education. First, child education is completely integrated into propaganda. From the nursery on, children are conditioned to make their subconscious receptive to the verities of socialism. Second, the expansion of the discussion system. In 1942, Mao developed the slogan, "Unity, Criticism, Unity." But the discussion does not aim at the common search for truth. Its aim is to drain the opponents of their energy, to work over every member of the group until, of his own free will, he adheres to a proposition declared to be the absolute truth by the leader. Third, the theory of the mold. The point is to press man in a mold, to remold him systematically. Every person must be placed in the mold, the exploiters as well as the workers. We ourselves are being placed in the mold every year. The mold implies a recognizable ideal prototype to which every man must be tailored by slow, progressive, systematic remoldings. Brainwashing. Brainwashing is only a secondary aspect of Chinese propaganda. Its aim is to retrieve enemies and transform rather than eliminate them. The process has three principal aspects. First, the individual is cut off from everything. His milieu, news, information, placed in a cell or camp. The absence of news places him in a vacuum, and complementary methods are added. Privation of food and sleep to weaken psychological resistance. Isolation, which causes anxiety. The destruction even of his sense of time. The aim being to destroy a man's habitual patterns. In a situation of inferiority and humiliation aimed at reconstructing him. Second, the prisoner is subjected to a bombardment of slogans, an endless repetition of formulas. In the beginning, this evokes scorn, but erosion takes place. The prisoner knows the formulas by heart, and the repetition prevents all personal reflection. Third, group discussion according to the democratic method. Its first objective is to create a doubt in the prisoner's mind and a feeling of guilt. When these are established, explanations are furnished on two levels. One showing him the legitimacy of his imprisonment, the other unfolding a new Weltanschauung adjusted to his personal experience. Then comes the final stage, the road to redemption. Convinced of his guilt, the individual is eager to purify himself, accepts the rules of belonging, justifying himself in his own eyes and in the eyes of others. Because brainwashing is slow and requires highly qualified personnel, it can be practiced only on a small number of hand-picked individuals, and its effects are not durable unless the liberated prisoner re-enters a society of the same Weltanschauung. In any case, it is only of incidental importance in Mao's system, whose heart is the permanent education and the mold. Education, Mao's first principle. The modification of the whole human being by giving him a totally new view of the world, contrasting with mere information. Organization, Mao's second principle. The network of organizations, peasant unions, the parallel hierarchy, the army that surrounds, controls, and activates the individual. The slogan as mobilization. He who formulates a slogan is not the one to fulfill the promise it contains. The slogan mobilizes the people, who must do the work to attain the objective. The mold, the recognizable ideal prototype to which every man must be tailored through successive remoldings. The perfect conformity of the individual to the doctrine and the new society. Brainwashing, the secondary technique of retrieving enemies. Isolation, bombardment of slogans, group discussion, guilt, and the road to redemption. Applicable only to a small number. Effective only if the released prisoner re-enters a society of the same Weltanschauung. Quote, the Chinese Red Army is an armed organization fulfilling the political tasks of the revolution. The Red Army does not make war for war's sake. This war is a war for propaganda in the midst of the masses. Quote, the army must function among the people like a fish in water. Quote, when one builds a socialist society, every person must be placed in the mold, the exploiters as well as the workers. We ourselves are being placed in the mold every year. Conclusion. Propaganda is a diagnosis of the most pervasive and least recognized force of the technological society, written by a man who insists that he is himself involved, that he has suffered, felt, and analyzed the impact of propaganda on himself, and remains its object, and who refuses both the Olympian contempt of the aristocratic intellectual and the reassurance of the American sociologists who play down propaganda's effectiveness because they cannot accept that the individual is fragile. The book's central finding is that propaganda is not an accident, an instrument that evil men seize, but a necessity, the expression of the modern state, which can neither govern without the masses nor follow their opinion, and of the modern individual, who craves the certainties, the justification, the community, and the self-esteem that propaganda alone seems to offer. Against the widespread conviction that propaganda is composed of lies, Ellul shows that it operates with many kinds of truth, half-truth, truth out of context, and that even Goebbels insisted on accuracy. Its lies are in the realm of intentions and interpretations, where they cannot be detected. The stakes are nothing less than the personality and the freedom of man. If Ellul is right, the individual subjected to propaganda does not remain intact. His prejudices are crystallized into rigid certainties, his critical judgment atrophies, his thought is separated from his action, and he acquires a need for propaganda that education can no longer change. Mithridatized to its content, sensibilized to its impetus, he obeys its reflexes without believing its arguments. And the democracy that uses propaganda in self-defense is not merely stained by it. Propaganda, whatever the doctrine it promulgates, transforms the citizen's behavior, creates in and by itself an aristocracy of technicians, and produces the totalitarian man with democratic convictions. What the book costs the reader is considerable. The assurance that education immunizes against propaganda. It prepares the victim, that the individual's inner life is inviolable. It is the very terrain of propaganda, that truth pays and will triumph. Truth is powerless without propaganda, and that one can use the instrument of influence without being affected by it. It is comparable to radium. The book is scrupulous about its own limits. Ellul insists that the necessity he describes never establishes legitimacy, but he also refuses the fatalism his analysis seems to imply, maintaining that if the determinants become inevitabilities, it is through our own abdication, through the failure to become aware. His method excludes statistics and tests, which he holds to be inadequate to a phenomenon that cannot be duplicated in a test tube. It relies on observation, on general knowledge of man, and on the great broad facts, the labor movement, the revolutions, the nationalisms, which cannot be explained without the propaganda factor. And at the end he reaches neither a pessimistic nor an optimistic conclusion. He merely states that, in his view, propaganda is today a greater danger to mankind than any of the other grandly advertised threats. His superanalysis ends with a warning, not a prophecy. Its afterlife has been that of a book which defined the terms of the debate. The distinction between agitation and integration propaganda, the concepts of pre-propaganda, orthopraxy, mithridatization, the complicity of the propagandee, sociological propaganda, and the totalitarian man with democratic convictions have entered the vocabulary of every subsequent study of mass communication, public opinion, and political manipulation. What endures is not a program. Ellul proposes none, and refuses the parades of mere verbalisms offered by the communists, the humanists, and the technicians, but a diagnostic and a discipline, to look squarely at the phenomenon, to reduce it to raw fact, and to recognize that the side of freedom and truth has not yet lost, but that it may well lose, and that in this game propaganda is undoubtedly the most formidable power, acting in only one direction, no matter what the good intentions may be of those who manipulate it. Key persons discussed: Jacques Ellul, the author, French sociologist, historian of law, and theologian. His method is observation and logic, refusing both statistics and ethical condemnation. Conrad Kellen, translator of the English edition and author of the introduction. Goebbels, the master propagandist who insisted that facts be accurate and that one openly admit the wish to influence. The manipulator who, after 1943, finally began to believe his own propaganda. Hitler, the propagandist of agitation. His methods stem from Lenin's precepts, and he carried the reduction of ideology to pure action to its limit. Lenin/Stalin/Khrushchev/Mao Zedong. The communist propagandists. Lenin, who established political technique. Stalin, who made the cult of personality. Khrushchev, the subtle manipulator of timing and of facts. And Mao, the subject of Appendix 2, with his education, organization, the mold, and brainwashing. Laswell, Dubé, Lazarsfeld, Stetzel, Karen Horney, Miyato, Kimball Young, Albig, Kreck and Crutchfield, McDougall, Reisman, White, the organization man, the American and European specialists whose findings Ellul accepts or rejects, particularly rejecting the experimental and survey methods for gauging propaganda's effects. Frederick Winslow Taylor/Henry Ford/George Friedman. The technicians of work whose systems Ellul examines as precursors of the human techniques. Sartre, Monnerat, Calois, Bertrand Russell, Leo Hammond, François Perroux, Raymond Aron, Benjamin Constant, Jacques Driancourt. The critical interlocutors cited throughout. Key works discussed. The Technological Society, Ellul, 1954. the companion volume, cited for the technical milieu and the aristocracy of technicians. The general theory/prosperity and depression have the economists whose analyses Ellul engages in the economic technique material. The neurotic personality of our time, Karen Horney, 1937, the account of the neurotic cycle that Ellul finds identical with the cycle of the propaganda. The organization man, William H. White, cited on the American School as a mechanism of adaptation. The revolt of the masses, Jose Ortega y Gasset, still valid on the masses despite the critics. Esquisse d'une theorie d'opinions, Jean Stetzel, 1943. The theory of public and private opinion, crystallization, and the stereotypes on which Ellul draws at length. L'action psychologique, Maurice Maigret, 1959, on psychological action, its relation to propaganda, and the crisis of the French army. Propaganda, its psychology and technique, Leonard W. Dubé, the American specialist whose definitions and doctrine of pre-existing attitudes Ellul both uses and criticizes. Foles and Delisle, Ecstasis Collectives, Philippe de Felice, the cyclothymic tendency attributed to propaganda. La Pensée Artificielle, Pierre de Lattle. Le Futur a déjà commencé, Robert Junk. The Course of Empire, Bernard Devoto. The sources cited in the companion summary of Ellul's Technological Society. The World as Will and Idea, Schopenhauer. Kellen's comparison for the integrated structure of Ellul's thought. The reader must read twice. Index of Key Concepts. Propaganda, a set of methods employed by an organized group that wants to bring about the active or passive participation in its actions of a mass of individuals, psychologically unified through psychological manipulations and incorporated in an organization. Pre-propaganda, subpropaganda, the continuous, slow, imperceptible conditioning of the individual through conditioned reflexes and myths, making him mobile and mobilizable. The essential preparation for active propaganda, without which nothing is possible. Orthopraxy, the aim of modern propaganda, the procurement of action leading directly to a goal known to the propagandist by a short-circuiting thought as against the adherence of the mind to an orthodoxy. Sociological propaganda, the penetration of an ideology by means of its sociological context, the diffuse, spontaneous expression of a way of life, the American way of life, advertising, the movies that integrates the individual without appearing to be propaganda. Propaganda of agitation and propaganda of integration. The two great classes, the explosive, subversive, addressed to the simplest sentiments and seeking rebellion, and the permanent, conformist, seeking the total adaptation of the individual to the society, the most important new fact of our day. Vertical and horizontal propaganda. The propaganda of the leader over the passive crowd, and the propaganda of the small group, the cell, the discussion group, in which adherence appears voluntary, the latter more stringent and totalitarian. The individualist mass society. The two corollary aspects of the same reality. The disintegration of organic groups liberates the individual only to plunge him into the unstructured mass, where he is defenseless and available. The undecided, the great mass, about 93%, whose opinions are vague. The most fertile public for the propagandist, distinct from the small minority of the indifferent. The dual necessity, the need of the state to make propaganda and the need of the individual to receive it, the two conditions that correspond to and complement each other in the development of propaganda. The dilemma of the modern state. The government can no longer govern without the masses, yet cannot follow public opinion. So opinion must follow the government by propaganda that makes the people demand what the government has already decided. The manufacture of public demand. The subtler process by which governmental propaganda evokes the will it appears to obey. The will of the people demands what is being done. Justification. The rationalization by which man finds himself in full accord with his group, purged of pangs of conscience, furnished on a grand scale, and for new situations, only by propaganda. Psychological crystallization, the reinforcement and hardening of latent drives, prejudices, and stereotypes under propaganda. The individual receives irrational certainties that seem part of his personality and becomes monolithic impervious to new ideas. Alienation through propaganda. The individual is stripped of critical judgment, lives vicariously through the hero or the mass, and absorbs collective judgments as his own, most completely alienated precisely when he believes he is asserting himself. Mithridatization and sensibilization. The two faces of the need for propaganda. The individual becomes indifferent to its ideological content, yet ever more sensitive to its impetus, obeying its reflexes without believing its arguments. The dissociation of thought and action. The effect by which man acts without thinking and thought can never be translated into action. The root of the propaganda's incapacity. Opposing propagandas do not cancel out but accumulate, driving him into inertia or total involvement. Partitioning. The double foray of propaganda that proves the excellence of one's own group and the evilness of the others, suppressing conversation and producing a world of closed minds. The totalitarian man with democratic convictions, the product of democratic propaganda, a man whose behavior is suited to a totalitarian society even while he repeats the sacred formulas of democracy. The etiquette of normalcy, the mold McCarthyism, the creation of the normal man, by statistics in America, by the mold in China, to which the individual is reduced and adapted, the summit of propaganda action. Effectiveness and involuntary effects. The distinction between the objectives the propagandist seeks and the deeper, unwilled effects, which are more important and which the tests and opinion surveys cannot measure. Reading comprehension questions. Recall. What are the four categories of propaganda? Political/sociological, agitation/integration, vertical/horizontal, rational/irrational, and what defines each? Recall. What is the difference between pre-propaganda and active propaganda? And what are the two great routes of pre-propaganda? B. Relation. Why does Ellul hold that an individualist society must be a mass society? And how does this dual structure set the condition for propaganda? B. Relation. How does the distinction between primary, small group, and secondary, large society, opinion explain where propaganda can and cannot function? B. Mechanism. Trace how each of the four traditional restraining forces, morality, public opinion, social structure, the state, has been inverted into an auxiliary of propaganda. B. Relation. How does education serve as the prerequisite rather than the prophylactic of propaganda? And what does this imply for the intellectual's vulnerability? C. Value assumption. What must be assumed about man for the claim that propaganda's creation of a totalitarian man with democratic convictions is a disquieting outcome? What trade-off does Ellul never argue for in his rejection of democratic propaganda? C. Ambiguity. Which sense of necessity, sociological necessity, logical necessity, moral compulsion, is doing the work in the claim that propaganda is necessary for the state and the individual, and what happens to the argument if we substitute another sense? C. Rival cause/omitted information. Ellul treats the failures of American propaganda in Germany as evidence of propaganda's power. Nazi education had time, and its successes elsewhere as evidence of the same. What else could explain the German resistance? And what does his account leave out? C. Wishful thinking/gray conclusion. Where might a sympathetic reader accept the claim that the more educated the man, the more vulnerable to integration propaganda, because it is dramatic rather than because the evidence forces it? And under what conditions would Ellul's conclusion hold only partially?